All right, good afternoon, everybody. Get ready for the recognitions before the city council meeting. Today, the city council and mayor recognize people that have done significant things in their life. We're going to start out with the city of Laredo, and mayor and city council recognizes Kimberly Gonzalez, a three-time a three-time regional powerlifting champion for earning second place. Yes. At the state powerlifting meet in the 198-pound raw division, your dedication and achievement brings great pride to our community. Dated April 20, 2026. Congratulations, and some words, if you would, please.
Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you. I spend a lot of time dedicating myself to this sport, and I hope that I inspire a lot of young women in my city. And that's it. Thank you.
Kimberly, it wasn't mentioned, but what school for? J.W. Nixon High School. There you go. There you go. My alma mater, of course. Kimberly, just want to tell you, keep on doing what you're doing. I know it takes a lot of work, a lot of hard work. A huge thank you to you. A huge thank you to your parents as well, because I know without them behind you, it's a very, very difficult thing to do that. So to your parents, are they here? Would you please, ma'am? Round of applause for mom. Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Kimberly, you just, Kimberly? Come on down, Mom. Take a good picture of you. Kimberly, you know that it all started with Mom and everybody that's behind you and was behind you all the way, the coaches, the staff, teachers, principals, vice principals, everybody down the line. There's a lot of people that are behind those medals right there that got you to where you wanted to be. I'm so happy that you're humbled by this. But more importantly, you said something very important. There are younger students out there that are going to aspire to be like you, but you just paved the way for them to get there. So I'm very, very happy for you. Happy for the coaches and everybody that was involved in this whole process. So I'm wearing the cap for a reason, and you know that. Congratulations.
Any other family members? Come on down. Let's get a picture.
Okay, right here, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, over here. Can we have you squeeze in a little bit more? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Great. And then over here. Thank you all.
This is the soccer team, right?
Yes.
All right, next recognition. City of Laredo Mayor and City Council proudly recognizes Nixon girls soccer team that made soccer history by winning the program's first ever district championship and bi-district championship, and the team also became first in Laredo ISD history to advance to the area round, third round of the playoffs. Congratulations. Come on down. Let's see, we all fit here.
Yeah, let's go to the back there.
Yeah, let's go in the back. He. Right here.
In the middle?
Yeah, right in the middle.
Rudy, board member? We're going to bring the board member as well for a picture.
The coach, you're the coach? Yes. All right, we'll have the coach say a couple of words. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone, for being here, for recognizing the girls' effort. Thank you for all the stakeholders, the school community for their support. And this is an effort that we work for every single year. We're very grateful and honored to be here for the recognition. So thank you so much on behalf of all the administrators at Nixon High School and the program, all the athletics coordinators. Thank you so much for the support and the recognition.
Just a few things, of course, my alma mater, J.W. Nixon High School, green and gold forever. Always, always, always gonna be green and gold. Guys, congratulations, and thank you all so much for the time that you all put in this, the dedication you all put in this, because I know you could be doing other things that children do, right? Getting into trouble, I'm kidding. You all out there doing the exercise, doing the work, doing the commitment, blood, sweat, and tears. I know it takes plenty of it. Coach, thank you so much for being behind these girls. Girls, congratulations. Keep on representing Laredo the way you do. Thank you so much.
I want to echo the same thing. Congratulations, girls. I'm super proud of you. I was that weird tall guy on the other side of the fence, not in a weird way watching your games, but I'm a super fan. I'm a super fan since I was an LISD board member. I used to want to promote girls soccer, girls basketball, anything with girls sports. Well-deserved championship. This, like I told Kimberly, this didn't happen just because of you all. Your coaches, your teachers, your vice principals, principals, everybody, the athletic department, your board members, everybody had a hand in this. Everybody should be proud of it. But more importantly, what you did. Back in the 80s, Nixon High School had several programs that weren't doing so well. Back in the 80s. Back in the 80s. And some of y'all weren't even born yet, but it's okay. Well, those programs started to thrive, and it became a tradition to have winning programs, okay? And you just did that. You started the first district championship, the first by district, and the first area. This lands on the shoulders of the juniors, sophomores, freshmen, Lamar, Memorial, all those little girls that want to play soccer that looked up to you. That's what you did. So every day that you wake up from this point on, you can be proud to be known as the people who started this program in the right direction. And the coach had a huge, huge part to do with this. So I'm very happy for y'all, very proud of y'all. We represented all the girls in Laredo by doing this, and you should be very proud. And your parents, thank your parents, and take your medicine if you need it. Thank you all.
Can I have half of you ladies up on the top?
I guess from this side.
Yes.
Over here. Or you want to go back to this?
I'll go up there.
Coach, you want to stand right here? Or one in each side? However you want.
Hey, you hustled to get over here, all right? Good job. Come on in, girls. All right, ready? Here, let me do this. Take that chair out of the way for y'all. Stand, you can pull it back. Pull that chair back. There you go. Come on in.
Yes.
Now you know how it feels to look from back here.
There you go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna have to get it from this angle to fit you all in. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Hold on. Let's do one more picture, friend. Please.
Okay. See one more picture for that. Over here. 1, 2, 3. And then with the camera 2. 1, 2, 3. Just one more, guys.
This will conclude prior to city council recognition. We'll have some more recognition during city council. We'll start with city council at 5:30. Thank you. Calling the meeting to order, City of Laredo regular meeting agenda, Monday, April 20, 2026, 5:30 p.m., City Council chambers. All stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Texas pledge.
Texas, one state, God, one individual.
Moment of silence, please. Go ahead.
I'd like to wish John Orfina's mom a very rest in peace. He lost his mom this week.
Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, Dr. Victor D. Trevino,
Present.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember District 1, Gilbert Gonzalez. Honorable Mayor, Honorable Councilmember District 2, Ricardo Richie Rangel Jr. Present. Honorable Councilmember District 3, Melissa Cigarroa.
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 4, Ricardo Rick Garza.
I'm here.
Honorable Councilmember District 5, Ruben Gutierrez Jr.
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 6, Dr. Tyler King.
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 7, Vanessa Perez. Honorable Councilmember District 8, Alisa Cigarroa.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Mayor, motion for the approval of the minutes of April 7th, 2026 and April 16th of 2026.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We'll proceed with some recognition before we proceed. Recognition of United High School Laureates. Be down there.
Can we have some of them go back in, please, as well? How many are y'all, girls? 5-0? Oh, wow, fantastic. I watched you all during football season last year. Amazing job you all did. Always really proud of you all, especially in town. Great job.
So this is, number one is just.
Come on, girls.
This is the wording. The city of Laredo Mayor recognizes
Take center stage right here.
national champions in table tennis contemporary edition. Super division, then highest rank, we want to read them forward. I would say here.
So I read everything. All right, everybody back there? All right. City of Laredo Mayor and City Council proudly recognizes United High School Laureates for receiving national championships on kick jazz, contemporary, open, and POM Super Division. Congratulations. Also, highest scoring public school kick and open National Championships Super Team, second place overall, and Jimena Salazar National Soloist Championship. Congratulations. Yes. Do we have a coach that would say something? Coach, you want to say something, please?
Birthday girl.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. Just thank you to the city for recognizing our team. They work really hard all year. There's no days off except for these last 3 weeks that they've had. They support all sports year round, and they are very much deserving of this recognition because they literally blood, sweat, tears, and they dance injured, and they push through, and they are some of the toughest athletes I know. So thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Let's get a picture.
All right. We're going to take a picture over here.
Just don't kick me, guys, please.
Okay.
Ready, Brandon? Right here in the middle.
Over here. Ready. 1, 2, 3.
Let me go on really quick, right here. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Sir, you want to stand right here for the picture? Any parents that want to take pictures? Right here in the middle. Or stand there, yeah. You're going to exit this way, please. Thank you.
Every football game out there, you all made us so proud. Great job. Great job. Did you all get a jacket also? Okay, let's do it. All right, good job. Great job, guys. Thank you so much for everything. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just texted me like that. See.
That's right.
Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. I saw the video. Send it immediately.
Right now, you're gonna do everything. But we're gonna recognize some individuals. Number one.
I think that this show I know. We have the years.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Oh, really? That is so awesome.
A lot of people. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Aquí estamos. Gracias. Igualmente. Hey, ¿cómo estamos? Yeah.
Andy, your son, no vino?
He's in Boston right now with a marathon, the Boston Marathon.
Ahora me habló uno del bridge. This is Victor Trevino. The mayor of the sun. No, that's my name. You work for the bridge.
Es otro. All right. Ready? Andy. All right. Next recognition. City of Laredo Mayor and City Council proudly recognize the 2026 Scripps Regional Spelling Bee Championship, Hannah Chavez, a 7th grade student from Elias Herrera Middle School who will represent her school in the Laredo community on the national stage in Washington, D.C. Additionally, the Mayor and City Council congratulate the finalists Caleb Garcia, second grade student from San Isidro. San Isidro Elementary School, Maya Jimenez, a fourth grade student from Henry Cuellar Elementary School. And Hizkian Pan, fourth grade student from Nye Elementary School, who placed among the top 10 competitors in the field of 63 participants in honor of their exceptional academic achievement and accomplishment. Congratulations. We'll start with Hannah Chavez. Come on down. There you go. You want to say something?
Well, thank you guys for this recognition today, and I'm just happy to be here.
Parents?
All right, can I have the council members squeeze in?
There you go. Sorry. Getting everything in order for the mayors. Coming to America.
I'll take a picture for yourself.
All right.
Is there anybody from your school here?
Oh, I'm here. Yes, I was gonna take a picture of it. Okay, perfect. All right, y'all ready? Let's get started. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. One more. Oh, I don't know what you did. There you go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Great. Good job. Congratulations.
All right, next, certificate of recognition. Mayor and City Council hereby recognizes Caleb Garcia, 2026. Scripps Regional Spelling Bee, second place. The State of Laredo Mayor and City Council congratulate finalist Caleb Garcia and second student from San Isidro Elementary School who placed among the top competitors in the field of 63 participants in honor of your exceptional academic achievement and accomplishment. Congratulations. You want to say something? No. All right.
Let's get a picture back there. The parents? I'll take it.
Mayor, could we recognize also, just by words, the accomplishments of Mr. Bill Green, publisher of Laredo Morning Times, that actually sponsors the travel, if I'm not mistaken, to the Scripps National Bee in DC, and that he is, his paper is a primary sponsor of the competition here in Laredo. And the Laredo Morning Times has been involved with this for decades.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Green gonna get in the picture?
Let's go. Are they good? No.
Ready?
Right here, man. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And 1 minute. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
A great picture taker, eh?
Sorry. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, give me 1 minute. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right. All right, over here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And one more. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, of course.
You want me to take it? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Good job. There you go.
Right, next, certificate recognition. Mayor and City Council hereby recognizes Maya Jimenez, 2026 Scripps Regional Spelling Bee, third place. Maya. Where are your parents? Parents, come on down so we can get a picture. Where? You want to say something? All right.
Let's go back there and get it. Is there anybody, are you from her school? I'm her principal. You want to come on the picture?
Yeah, we can take it.
She's the principal, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Teacher, there you go.
Can we have you on this side, please? Would anybody would like to say a few words?
Principal, do you want to say a few words?
Hi, my name is Wendy Nunez. I'm the proud principal at Dr. Henry Cuellar. And Maya, I just want to say, sweetheart, you are what a mighty colt should be. Brave, bold, and born to lead. And we're very, very proud of you, sweetheart.
Mayor, I think she wanted her grandparents in the picture.
By the way, I appreciate the alliteration there. Brave, bold, born to lead. That's a really good slogan you got there.
They know it by heart.
Yes.
All right, over here. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Brenda.
Over here. 1, 2, 3. Oof, I don't know if I took a picture. I'm not sure what I did. And over here. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Let me get one more. One more picture. Yeah, one more. Ready, quick. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We're good? Yeah.
I tried to take a bunch of pictures. I took one good one. That's perfect. Thank you.
Mary, do you want to see if this student? All right. Or do you want to say to anybody here? All right.
Anybody else here from Nye Elementary that we missed? No? No. All right, okay. All right. Recognizing the Next Level Dance Studio All-Stars competed in the Pride Championship in Edinburgh, Texas in January 2026 and the United Cheer National Competition in Galveston, Texas in March 2026, earning first place and securing grand champion titles. The teams brought home 2 medals and championship jackets in recognition of their outstanding achievements. Congratulations. Coach.
And if one of you want to take it with, right there.
And we'll have some words from the coach.
I'm one of the parents representing our owner, Belinda Benavides, and her coaching staff. So on behalf of all the staff at Next Level Dance Studio, thank you so much for this recognition. Our girls are at the studio 4 to 5 days a week, weekends, holidays, school breaks. So this recognition is really a validation of all their hard work and dedication. So on behalf of Next Level Dance Studio coaches, athletes, and families, thank you so much, City of Laredo, for this recognition.
Congratulations.
Do you all want to come on the picture?
No, hold on. There's somebody behind. Yeah. Okay, right here with me. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
All right, over here, 1, 2, 3, and I'm gonna get camera as well. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right.
Okay, right here in the middle with the parents.
We'll proceed with communications. Presentation by Mayor providing general comments on city manners, incoming initiatives, and other relevant updates for council and the public. Starting with communications. Presentation by Mayor providing general comments on city matters, incoming initiatives, and other relevant updates. Discussion with possible action on naming Cesar Chavez Walkway and any matters related to. This is item number 62. Do we need a motion?
We do, but are we skipping citizen comments to go to the item? I understand communications, but
Yes.
that's an item.
I'm gonna wait for this and then we'll do citizen
Then
comments.
we would need a motion.
We have a motion to do presentation and then citizen comments.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. There was 62, discussion with possible action on naming Cesar Chavez Walkway and any matters related thereto. Wanted to bring this back for action after the heartfelt presentation from members from our community, whom were farm workers themselves, spoke about Laredo's rich connection to labor movements and equal rights, such as the farm workers. It's also proper, and it will be my motion to rename the archway to Laredo Farm Workers Walkway. Is there anyone here to present it on behalf?
Mayor, I'll second your motion.
Second.
No, they're gonna present first.
Okay, did we have a presentation?
Mayor, we have 3 citizens' comments on this item, Mayor, also.
All right, okay.
You know who they are.
And let's see, do we have them identified?
Mayor, we have a motion on the table.
Yeah, let's go with the motion. We have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. All right. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
For the record, Judge Danny Valdez, Mayor, on behalf of the Alliance, I know we have been at this going on 4 years, and for the Alliance, probably decades. So we just wanted to thank you and, of course, City Council for, on this naming. And the emphasis has always been, when we started this project 4 years ago, and it was your item, you remember, Mayor?
Yes.
It was to focus and also recognize the plight of the farm workers. So with this, I think the farm workers, going back to we talked about the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, the plight of the farm workers, having to leave school early with their families and then register late. So it's in recognition and in honor of all these families that when they walk down the downtown historic district, they'll realize and recognize that the fruits of their labor will be recognized. So I want to thank you and, of course, City Council. I think a lot of you, most of you that are here at one time or another, had family members that were farm workers. I know that some council members sat in your chairs some time ago. My brother Eliseo, former city councilman, District 5, I think Eliseo Valdez, we picked up crops long time ago. I think some of your family members, council members, were farm workers. And I think that, it's really a historic also moment to recognize the farm workers. And we want to thank you again. We have some members here also.
Mayor.
Good evening, my name is Manuel Flores. I was here last time on communications. Again, I also want to thank you for the recognition. And you may be wondering, what's my involvement? I grew up, like I told you last time, in a neighborhood that had a lot of migrants. And I was acutely aware of the migrant stream, people that went up north, and it was basically a trail of tears. Many years ago, when I was a young man, I worked for the Community Action Agency under Joe Valdez, and I worked with Luis Diaz de Leon on the Colorado Migrant Council. And through that work, I also became very acutely aware of the suffering that the migrants went through to earn a living. It's sad what has developed with, the situation with Cesar Chavez, because he did great things. He went on a fast that almost killed him. He organized the great boycott, the lettuce boycott, and he did a lot of things to improve the life of migrants, their salaries. They unionized. It was the United Farm Workers Organizing Committee. And they unionized, and they got better wages and better living conditions. Again, I'm proud of you that you have done this. Thank you so much.
Right.
I think you first.
Thank you. Oh, would you
I
like to
wanted
speak
to
first?
thank all of you. I think most of us that have been in the committee ourselves, I started at the age of 14, going up during the summer months from school at 4 o'clock in the morning to in front of Rio Bravo, the Oki Ranch, where it used to be a melon, okay, to go pick up melons. And of course, we were getting $1 an hour, so that was a lot of money back then. So appreciate your help in helping us in renaming this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bocanegra?
Yes.
Manuel Bocanera, the founder of the Alliance, way back, been working on the activities for over 20 years, the marches and everything, representing the labor force. And now I want to thank everybody of you that consider the naming of the walkway. I was part of that movement when I was growing as a child, as a farm worker with my family, on both sides of my parents, mom and dad. I want to thank you all. We've been here for a while, 3 administrations, pushing this, to have a project done in order to represent the migrant farm worker community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Go ahead.
gentlemen. I will just say that I think that the focus can be on the migrant farm workers, and we know that it wasn't just one man, right? It was an alliance of people, of hardworking, many times women, who came forward and made sure that these unions were made and the progress in that community was made. I also want to know from your research, I understand that Market Street was a place where there were marches of farm workers, or was this where the mercados were, where the farm workers would collect their goods and there was some selling on that street? Is that true? Do we know? Okay.
No. The only thing that I do remember, because I had an uncle that had to do with the farm workers that came from Mexico, okay, to be picked up at the bridge and would take them. And I think around that area, I don't know exactly where, that they would organize to be able to take up north. So that's the only thing that I recall. That was like 1951 or something. I was like 6 years old.
I just think that
I
go
do
ahead.
have some recollection out in that area. There used to be an organization called Migrants in Action. And I remember there was one time when they had a big they came all down to the courthouse and had a huge demonstration. And a lot of them were arrested. And I remember my father standing there signing bonds for all of them. And some other volunteers signing bonds for them to get them out because they were demonstrating, because at the time they wanted food stamps. Texas didn't have food stamps at the time. And so there was a fight to bring the food stamp program to Texas. And eventually it did.
And they led the way. That's wonderful. I just would, I understood that perhaps they were on Market Street, and I think as we look to identify these really great moments in our city's history, that a marker where it's appropriate should be there. But I think I'll turn that over to the Webb County Heritage Foundation and see if they have some more research on that. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Just to follow up here, just if I can, is also to remember that we also are including the boulevard. It was the walkway and the boulevard to make sure that name is on both places.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, okay.
Did you have one?
All right.
Good.
Yeah, the motion has been made.
Just a small comment, Mayor,
Yeah,
if I
go ahead.
can, please. As a member of this community, my family, all of my family, were proud migrant workers. Thank you for bringing this up. It brings focus on this particular subject matter at a time when migrant workers and immigrants are being disrespected. And I thank you every time that people see that archway. They'll understand the plight and everything that they've gone through. And so it's just a continuous reminder, especially for young folks that are here, that somebody before you came and sacrificed, and thank you all for bringing it forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Comment as well. I just wanted to say, I'm a Caucasian male from Memphis, Tennessee, where Martin Luther King was killed 58 years ago this year. And I grew up learning from the civil rights aspect from a black-white conflict perspective. But as time went on, I learned more about Cesar Chavez, and I just want to say to you guys and everybody who not idolize the man, but just believe so deeply in the man. I can't imagine what the last few weeks and months has been like for you all. Just someone that you trusted and loved and respected so much to these revelations come out, but I also want to commend you for how quickly the entire movement has shifted towards focusing on the migrant workers themselves and showing that it's not just about one person. I think it's really admirable to you as advocates, but to the whole movement. When I taught high school history in Donna, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley from 2012 to 2016, I had students who still themselves went with their parents in the summer to work. And the conditions are, different now than they were in the 60s, but nonetheless, still tough work. And no, I just wanted to say thank you for what you all do, and I know it's a difficult time for you to process all of this right now, so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move recognition first.
Second that.
Okay. Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues. Discussion and possible action to recognize and honor the women route specialists, refuse collectors, heavy equipment operators of the City of Laredo Solid Waste Department for their dedication and hard work and commitment to maintain the cleanliness and public health of our community. Carla Doria, Alexandra Lara, and Marta Lara. This recognition aims to highlight and contribute the contributions of women in traditionally male-dominant field, acknowledge their daily efforts in providing essential services, and commend their role in keeping the City of Laredo clean, safe, and beautiful. Mayor, today we can all say that we value the work and dedication of every woman who works for the City of Laredo. The tireless efforts do not go unnoticed, but today I want to shine a special light on our 4 women. The work performed by the women of the City of Laredo Solid Waste Department is not easy. It requires long hours, physical strength, determination, and the commitment to serving others. Yet despite the challenges, these women show up every day, each day ready to work, ready to serve, and ready to make a difference in our community. Their outstanding service as route specialists, refuse collectors, and heavy equipment operators places them in positions that have traditionally been viewed as male-dominant fields. However, these women continue to break barriers, set example, and prove the dedication and hard work no gender. Their work is essential because of them. Neighborhoods stay clean, families live in healthier conditions, environments, and our city continues to reflect the pride we all have in calling Laredo home. What makes their accomplishments even more meaningful is that many of these women are also mothers. They balance the demands of work with the responsibilities of raising families, caring for loved ones, and servicing as role models for our next generations. These women are more than employees. They are trailblazers, role models, and inspiring to young girls and women throughout our communities. On behalf of us, the City of Laredo, we thank them for their dedication, sacrifice, and commitment to public service. Today, we proudly honor them, not only for their work they do, but for the example they set on all of us. And for me, I can say it was almost like 3 Mondays ago, very early in the morning. Mr. Bishop also is here. I was in Century City very early, and I started. I saw the machine, the heavy machine that picks up all the clippings and the trims and all the excessive, the bulky section, right? And I started following it along the Century City. By the 3rd or 4th property, I noticed, I was like, you know, this hard worker's moving fast. They pick up the machine, they pick up they climb it, and then they pick up the trash, and they set off and they leave. And by the 3rd or 4th property or home, I realized there was a female. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. I had to stop,
and just have a conversation with her. And as I was conversing, I noticed I was like, it was hot, the sun was out already, and to mention more importantly about a great attitude on a Monday morning, that made my day. I asked her, you don't have a cab, and she told me, no, I'm already all tanned, so I'm good. I asked her, do you want a water? And she's like, I'm good, I'll drink water and during my break later. So I was just amazed, really, really amazed. And I got back to the office and I told Christy, I'm like, these women of this department cannot go unrecognized. And I know it was in March, it was women's, solid waste women's recognition. So that's why we're doing this. But like I said, I witnessed it firsthand, and I was truly, truly amazed by their hard work and the machinery and picking up the trash and the branches and all the heavy equipment. So on behalf of the mayor and us, we just want to thank you for the work you do and you put in and your careers there at Solid Waste. Thank you all so much.
Well, first of all, congratulations for your hard work. This exemplifies who we are as City of Laredo, and all your hard work does not go unnoticed. This is what makes us proud, and thank you very much for everything you do.
Okay, first award's going to go to Ms. Marta Lara. And the second one is going to go to Ms. Carla Doria. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you all so much.
Thank you for everything you do. Appreciate it. There you go, there you go.
Sonia, would you like to say something for the public, please? Your employees.
I mean, what can I say? Thank you. This is unexpected, and we just do our work, and thank you all. It's just us two, and we are 4 in total. So we're out there driving, starting at 6:45 in the morning all the way till when we end. But thank you for the recognition. This is unexpected. Please, I don't know what else I can say, but I appreciate everybody. Sometimes on our routes, there are homeowners that they give us water and sodas, and that's amazing. That's so unexpected. So to those that go the extra mile unexpectedly, thank you so much.
Yes, can we have you all slide over? Perfect. All right. Over here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
We get one more. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Job, Bishop.
All right. We'll proceed with number 63. Yeah, discussion with possible action to review current strategies, policies, and initiatives related to addressing individuals experiencing homelessness, including city's proposed solutions and public awareness campaigns, and any matters related thereto. Now, we have a public comment on this. We have, before we go, this item is to have some discussion to a continuing challenge of individuals experiencing homelessness that has become increasingly pervasive in our community. What was once just concentrated in our downtown area now has spread to other parts of the city, impacting neighborhoods, impacting investment, and the sense of safety and stability of our residents and what they deserve. As we have seen with the break in the Laredo Police Department and the break-in at the Center for the Arts building. How many times I've seen individuals sleeping on downtown businesses, and when I speak to officers, they explain that there is a let them be approach because they don't want to get a call from officials or council, and that's unacceptable, especially when we know that trajectory of downtown vacancy has gone over the years from 20% to 30% as of February 2024. And Mr. Nebb told us it was about 46%. So as a city, one must be clear that homelessness is not just a lifestyle that's okay, and we're looking the other way, and it does not make it go away. It is a challenge that calls for urgency, compassion, and action. Every individual experiencing homelessness deserves dignity, opportunity, and a path forward. And first and foremost, there needs to be an identification process of individuals who are facing complex challenges, whether it be mental illness, addictions, or any other economic hardship. These are real issues that cannot continue to be ignored or deferred. That approach has not worked in other cities, and businesses paying taxes are not going to support that approach. We must also acknowledge where we have fallen short on business permitting. I am for supporting businesses, but the permissiveness that we're granting permits to certain businesses in historic areas that are not necessarily congruent within that area, and in some areas have taken advantage of our financial vulnerability of individuals experiencing homelessness. As a mayor, we have this missed opportunity in proper planning that has been seen in the past. And yes, we will address the root cause by expanding access to mental health services, strengthening pathways to employment, and working with community partners to promote and provide meaningful support to transitional housing. However, we must ensure that our public remains safe, clean, and accessible for all residents. And again, this is not about choosing between compassion and accountability. We must have both. We will meet people where they are, but we'll also move with the purpose to help them towards stability and independence and self-sufficiency. To start, the first motion would be to have management to create a campaign with a timeline to identify the extent of the challenge, extend the services that exist in these individuals, and follow of our existing ordinances, like on our public right-of-ways, private property, when called to assist, and high visibility locations.
Second that motion.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Number 64 is discussion.
Oh, Mayor, I
Yes.
I wanted to share some information for discussion on your item as well.
Okay, go ahead.
So I wanted to thank you for bringing this item forward, and as you mentioned, homelessness is a complex issue, and it's one that we have been working steadily on. And we are not alone within this, and cities and counties across Texas and across the United States have been tirelessly working to address these challenges. But to understand where we are today, I really believe it's important to understand how we got here. And for nearly 2 decades, the courts tied local government's hands. And under Pottinger versus Miami, cities couldn't enforce even a single ordinance unless they had enough shelter beds for every unhoused individual. So if you had 500 people on the street, you needed 500 beds before you could act as a city. And that was the law of the land for almost 20 years. And then came Martin versus Boise. That decision loosened the standard, but enforcement was still restricted. So if the city was trying to address an encampment of 10 individuals, you needed at least 11 available beds to act. And then just in July 2024, the Supreme Court changed everything. And in the city of Grant's past decision, the court made it clear that local elected officials are the ones best positioned to make these decisions. And if it was codified, it could be enforced. So that authority does rest with local municipalities and counties. So when we talk about Laredo, just until a month ago, Laredo did not have a 24-hour shelter. But after 4 years of prioritizing this issue and through the work of this council, that has changed drastically. With a $7.5 million investment and a strong partnership in Bethany House, now we have a 24-hour operation. And that includes 56 emergency beds, separate facilities for women and children and men, a low barrier shelter, and a resource center that brings critical services under one roof. And so I do want to acknowledge that is a serious right-sized response. And I want to thank our community development department, Tina Rodriguez, for her leadership within this initiative and these efforts. But what we're seeing today across our city, and especially in downtown, it's not simply homelessness. There's a clear distinction between individuals who need housing and individuals facing severe mental illness and active substance abuse dependencies. So I just wanted to share that those are high acuity cases, and they require a different kind of response. So many of those individuals, in talking to our police chief, and cycle through our system. They're booked in jail, released within hours, and end up right back on the streets. And because our system is not fully aligned, and so we can pass ordinances, we can adopt zero tolerance policies, but none of that will really work without a fully cooperative system. And that includes a jail that will hold, process, and support these cases in a meaningful way. So, we've been talking with our police chief, Rodriguez, who is actively coordinating with the sheriff's department, and along with community development, I know that they're reviewing our ordinances and building diversion pathways. So, but within some of these serious cases, they have shared that they are initiating emergency detentions, transporting individuals to appropriate mental health facilities, sometimes over 200 miles away, which is a strain on our resources, and pursuing legal accountability after stabilization.
And resources, Mr. Neb, how much money has gone into this already, into homelessness and providing these services? Approximately, do we have a more or less an amount?
The actual total amount that we put into it has been, over the last 4 years, we have a 5-year agreement at $500,000 a year to the Bethany House. And that's a commitment the council made about 4 years ago to do that. And the facility, as Mayor, as Council Member Cigarroa mentioned, as of about 30 days ago, it's fully operational. So Mr. Neb put together an initiative for citywide initiative on this matter, and we've already had one organizational meeting as administration with the different departments involved in this, including the private sector. We invited Bethany House, we invited Holding Institute and Catholic Charities as well to be part of the discussion, because as the mayor said, this is a very touchy situation where we need to provide the utmost dignity and respect to the individuals that are being impacted by this. And so we did request a budget from each of the departments on what it would look like as far as rolling out a 90-day enforcement opportunity for us and a 180-day opportunity just to see what the amount would be and the impact, because it involves multiple departments and with multiple objectives within the department, including law enforcement and the private sector. And just for a half-year operation, it's over $1 million of a budget impact to be able to address this initiative. And of course, we want to help as many people as we can touch, but they also need to help themselves. They need to accept the help. And so we are going to continue to have these types of meetings with them. The city manager's tasked me with coordinating as a representative of his office to be able to try to work through this issue with dignity and respect.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I wasn't finished. No, I just wanted to share a few more updates. I've convened with the DA, our newly elected Judge Dominguez, who will be serving in the 111th Court, Commissioner Ricky Jaime, and the Constable's Office with Constable Gomez to align efforts and identify where some of these gaps are and how we can address them. And we're already seeing some movement there. So the Constable Lupio Gomez is investing and committing their forfeiture funds to deploy the Polaris units downtown, so that way they're increasing visibility and real-time surveillance, and they'll be coordinating with our police department. And at our next meeting, we are bringing in MHMR and the public health, and also Adriana Nunenberger from the UT Education and Research Center. And we've also wanted to request, discuss and share that I'm reaching out to our state representatives and congressmen to align these resources and deepen this effort. And so now that this item is on the table, I also wanted to request that we actively pursue legislation for a dedicated mental health facility here in Laredo, modeled after the Uvalde Regional Behavioral Health Campus. And there was also another bill that was just introduced in Louisiana that aims to establish a statewide homelessness court. So creating a court-supervised diversion program designed to connect eligible individuals with services instead of or in addition to jail time. So I was hoping to add that as a motion.
Okay. Well, the thing is that $500,000 for 4 years, $500,000, that's $2 million plus. And the homelessness situation keeps on getting worse. So really, in reality, we do have to do something more positive. So we do have to put some more effort into this. The public is calling us and telling us about this problem. It's not only downtown anymore, it's moved to other areas that did not have homeless people. I have some homeless in my office way there in the north that didn't used to be there. So these are things that we need to actually move on. Go ahead, Councilman.
So a couple of things from the law enforcement standpoint. The issue is, and Councilmember Cigarroa hit the nail on the head, that the problem is that when LPD goes out there to these people, because they're being reported by, LPD's hands are tied. They arrest them for whatever they may be doing. They take them to the facility, to the jail, and they're not in an hour. They're literally out in a matter of minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. As soon as the Webb County Sheriff's Department hears that they have a mental status or mental illness, they're released automatically. And the officers take care of them for days at a time sometimes. So they're stuck at the hospital, LMC, doctor's hospital, whatever it may be, for days at a time. Then they need to transport them to MHMR. And the state facility that's here, MHMR, just lost a lot of funding last year. And it continues to happen over and over again. So Chief Rodriguez, if you please come up here, because we have a couple of questions, or that way the council knows what exactly is going on. Because it really does tie our officers' hands, and the public needs to know that. We're doing everything we can. We can have all the ordinances that we want out there. Fact of the matter is the police department simply cannot enforce it. We don't have the funding, and we certainly don't have the personnel to be watching people with a mental illness Our officers are out there fighting crime every single day, and they need to continue to do that. And it makes it very difficult when we have an officer or two tied up for 2 or 3 days at a time. Mind you, the public has to know this. We also have a mental illness portion there at PD or department there at the police department that they're dedicated themselves to this only. But the problem lies that we simply can't have an officer tied up for 2 to 3 days at a time because their job is out there to answer your calls at the end of the day. Chief, if you please explain a little further.
Yes, good evening, Councilman Gutierrez.
Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, Chief Villa Rodriguez for the record. You pretty much covered what the problem is, and we talked about this in several meetings, that mental health is a big problem in our city. And when we are not addressing the core problem, we're gonna continue seeing this increase in what we're seeing now, right? And the mental health problem is not only at the level of homelessness, right? We have mental health problems with juveniles, we have mental problems with adults. And you know, we just had a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old commit suicide, right? And those are things that are very, very important for us as a department and the community itself, right? That we address that as fast as possible. And the only way to address that component of it is to have a mental state hospital here in our city. Right now, it is very, very, I want to say, difficult for us to engage these individuals, and I'm talking about the homelessness. When we're engaging them, we're arresting them for a minor crime. We know very well they're going to ask for a medical release, and so we take them to the hospital. And when the officer realizes that the person is not in the right state of mind, then it jumps into an emergency detention. Right when it jumps into an emergency detention, it's game over for us because we know we're going to be at the hospital sometimes hours, sometimes days, right? And so here we are, right, and taking care of an individual that we're going to prepare to get him in emergency detention. And then from there, now we're responsible to transport that individual from here to San Antonio or from here to the Valley because we don't have a state hospital. So that's one. And then when they commit a crime and we arrest these individuals, we take him, we get him the medical clearance, 3 hours at the hospital, we take him to county. Right at county, they're there for maybe an hour and then they get released. And so here we are, right? It's a revolving door. So there are several things that we can do to better this process.
Chief, I don't mean to interrupt. Mayor, man.
Yes, go ahead.
Chief, I know we spoke about this last week during the public safety meeting. Have we spoken to the sheriff or Webb County to assist us? Because it's not just a city problem, it's a county problem. We live in the county.
Yes.
So have they been advised or maybe spoken to about, I know the sheriff's department had a mental health unit as well, just like PD does now. But for them to assist us like they used to in the past, transporting these individuals to the mental facilities, because we don't have one here in Laredo. Have we had talks with them?
Yeah, so actually they're the ones who brought us to the table because they said that they could no longer assist us in getting all the individuals that we take, because the majority of the individuals that we take with this problem is all the Laredo PD's individuals or prisoners, right? And so they're the ones who actually brought us in and say, hey, we can no longer assist you in getting everybody that you bring in to the state hospitals, because the law is very clear now where it says the peace officer that actually arrests the individual is responsible for the individual. So here we are, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a quick question, this is something that you said right now, that the officer is the one responsible to stay there for the 2 or 3, 4 hours. Who does the evaluation on saying he's not stable? Do we have an officer with a degree of psychology, or is just the officer out of his intuition or experience?
It's a doctor, Councilman. The officer just has to state that the subject is a danger to himself or to others. That's what the peace officer is there for. So they do the justification as to why we're emergency detaining this subject, and then through telemedicine, through Zoom, the doctor evaluates the person, and they're the ones who decide is this enough to detain this individual and take him to a state hospital for help.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think to answer maybe a little bit of Councilmember Rangel's question, I know Councilmember Alyssa organized the meeting where we did meet with the county attorney's office and community development. And I think the most interesting, and the constable there and Commissioner Jaime, And then we're looking to widen that circle. But the most important thing that I think came out of that initial conversation was trying to identify where those gaps are, why it gets stuck in your hands, why it gets stuck in that law enforcement hands, because the pass off to a facility that would really address the mental health care needs of this individual, one, it doesn't exist, and two, legally, there are gaps in our system. And so the first issue is identifying how do we bridge those gaps? What are the resources that we need to bring in? And I think just responding to city management to loop us all in so we can all be on the same page, because those meetings are already happening, and we can figure out how to close those gaps while at the same time leaving the experts in the law field to help us do that, because becomes a legal matter. We have to, like Assistant City Manager Landine was saying, we have to respect the rights of the individual that's being detained, and so that creates its own proper procedures, and it's something that we are obligated to step through. And so how do we leverage our resources from not only the city, but also the county and also our private healthcare providers, looping in mental health, mental rehab, so that we can all be on the same page and clear out the hurdles that we have. So ultimately, we can care for the individual. And then that does address, Mayor, those issues of people who are on the streets and they can't seem to get out of their pattern of behavior that keeps them on the streets and not in a proper care facility. So I do think we can make progress going forward. We're going to, like you identified the problem here, it's the amount of money that it takes to process these individuals, respecting their rights. So it has to be a community joint effort. It has to be not only the city, but also the county and also these other providers, community development, public health. We have so many pieces of the puzzle, but it is drawing people together to put that all together. So Mayor, ultimately, we can address the homelessness
You're right,
problem.
Councilwoman. The fact that it's multifactorial, there's a lot of reasons, a lot of diagnoses that involve the homeless people. We have to put them in categories and channel them to the right places where they could get the help. But that's part of my initiative.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mayor.
go ahead.
Just want to ask questions to my colleagues. I know that you've been reactive on, having these meetings. Is there any talks of the county giving a little bit more of their funds or extra funds to support this cause? Because I know that now we see that everybody's interested in it. It's a great cause, but do we have the county interested in doing this? Have they said anything or?
You have a question first? He's got a question he was asking.
Yeah, what?
It was a question for her.
Okay, go ahead.
To respond, thank you. So, when we met the county and, Commissioner Jaime did mention that the county is spending around close to $1 million in transporting also. And then, of course, we've got the Constable Lupio Gomez who's coming to the table and having conversations with Chief Rodriguez on efforts to help allocate resources and bring efforts to to downtown specifically. Do we have the information on how much we're spending in terms of transporting?
So if I may, before we
patients
answer
out of town?
that, just to give some visibility, Mayor, I know that this is a conversation that we've had with several of our councilmen and you, Mayor. And so what we did, we know that these are conversations, right? And in PD, we always say, in command, right? If we wait for something to evolve, we're always going to be backtracked. So we ended up launching ourselves a detail just to make sure that we're in the right track and give you visibility if this is really what we're supposed to do. So we launched a 2-week operation, we call it a blitz. And just within these 2 weeks that we were with a skeleton crew, just a skeleton crew, because we cannot get officers from all over the city, but we did get one per sector. We brought him in with a sergeant and a supervisor. And so far, in 2 weeks, we've decreased 33% in crime.
Great job.
33%. And so this is a 24/7 operation, right? It's not something that we can keep on doing, but this is just in 2 weeks, so we're gonna leave it for another 2 weeks. But at the end of the day, it's 33% decrease. But you're talking about just in traffic stops, 109, suspicious person checks, 186, and we're just talking about the whole area of Beat 5, what we call Beat 5, which is downtown and all along the corridor of San Bernardo, which the majority of these unsheltered individuals are. So, that it works, but every individual that we hadn't encountered, they're back out. They're out there. They're not going anywhere. They're continue being a problem. And so, 33% decrease. Yes, we can do more, but it takes more. And we talk about this with management, right? It's like, yes, chief, you can do it, but it's taking resources, it's taking money. We cannot be there 24/7, 365 days a year.
And what have other cities done, Mr. Neff, that you know of?
So this cost right here, we did not do it on overtime. We just did it on regular duty. And what we're looking at right here is a cost of, for 2 weeks, it's close to $18,000.
Mr. Neff?
Mayor, and I've been listening very carefully with all of this as well too. It's a tough subject. But there's a lot of different parts. I'll try to get back around to what the other cities are doing as well too. The challenge is that we can't accept that this disorder that is as a default. I understand about the mental health, I understand about the addictions and all of that as well too, but we can't accept that. And that's what the chief is talking about as well too, is overlaying on top of that. I don't think we need to change an ordinance out there at all. I think we have the rules and the laws in place that we just have to walk through. The sad part is that I was driving in today off of 35 coming here for the meeting, and here's an individual in a wheelchair cutting across the 3 lanes of traffic after panhandling underneath one of the bridges. And that is the stuff, somebody's going to get injured and hurt. And so I think that it's not inexpensive, it is not there. If you look at San Antonio, if you look at Austin, there is no way to fix this. It is a manageable process. And so there is no cure because there are too many variables that are associated with that. But I do know that we can enforce our laws. We can enforce that no camping on public property. We can enforce that we get them moving from where they've been setting up shop. We spent, and by the way, the number for Bethany House that we're providing for 5 years is $900,000 per year for 5 years. And so that includes the renovations that we've done as well as some general fund expenses to help them operate for that. We have partners. We have the good partners and everything. We may be lacking in some of that stuff on the mental health side. And I think anything we can do to the legislation is going to be a good thing too. And I think, Mayor, that's exactly what the conversation we were wanting to have. We pull all of our partners together, and with what Councilmember Figueroa did with the group that she had talked with, as well as the group that we had talked with, I think we have a full package of who all we should be talking with. I understand the desire of what Webb County is with the jail system, but we need them at the table too. They have to be there assisting us with that, because I've said this to some of you, and I'm going to say it out loud, and I'll probably regret it after I say it. There is a difference between those that are homeless that need help and those that are choosing to live that way, and I would call them more vagrants and vagrancy. And they're hiding underneath the auspices of being a homeless individual, but it's a chosen path of what they've done. And I think those are the variables that we have to do. That we can't help anybody that doesn't want the help. And this is the thing that the chief talks about. As we let them back out and they go right back out and they start doing the same thing again, we should not allow for that ever to happen. I think that's what the other cities have been doing.
Thank you, Mayor. And talking about the mental health and limited resources, we're excluding one very important partner here. I know when we were up in Washington, and Richard, if you can just come up so you can update on the visit with SAMHSA. I know there's a lot of opportunity there with officers, mental health officers that don't have to be peace officers that they can send our way. Can you update the chief, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Dr. Richard Chamberlain, your Laredo Public Health Director. And yes, as council member just mentioned a few short moments ago, we had a wonderful meeting with SAMHSA back in February with in March, with the team, and it was promising that they let us know that, as we all know, there hasn't been any grants that have been available for quite some time via the federal government, but there are many, according to SAMHSA, in the pipeline, especially for our first responders. So we'll be monitoring those opportunities as they become available. There are many that are forecasted, but there's nothing yet that has officially dropped. We're hopeful that that does happen in the latter portion of this year, which will help all of us in the community to be able to access those federal dollars that are ever so necessary for our mental health in the community.
All right, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, it's unfortunate because many people that live here are just one accident away from homelessness. It could happen to anybody. So we do have to take this problem with a compassionate, angle. However, in this particular topic, we as a council have committed resources over the past time that I've been here, going on 6 years. And as you can see, we're still discussing issues that we should have locked down years ago and planned ahead for. And Chief, this is not directed at you. I know you're at the podium, but this is more of a statement to all of us, is that, I have an agenda item where I'm going to talk about the need for a project management plan. And I think this is a perfect example. You have health department doing their one thing, you have the police doing one thing, you have the other county, constable, everybody's doing one thing, but now we're barely starting to pull everyone together. The community does have an interest in this because years ago we made the decision to allocate our community development block grant monies to homelessness and to help the Bethany House. And what did that do? That caused all the different areas around town that are low economically disadvantaged, that were receiving federal monies to improve their neighborhoods, all sacrifice those monies through council action in order for us to put money into the Bethany House project. So when we see homelessness increasing and when we start to see it creep into other areas, it's understandable that the public wants answers. And so, Mayor, I thank you for bringing this item. However, I do want to say that we did do a homelessness study, homeless houseless study. We had some data in there that we still have not, taken into consideration. We've put money into a detox center. We have 988. Police department does an amazing job. Health department, all of our partners, all are doing a great job. We're just not doing a great job together. And we need a comprehensive plan with real metrics when it comes to the topic of homelessness and houselessness and all these issues, mental health. We do need to do a better job, because throwing more and more money at the problem is not going to fix it. So when we decided to put all this money into this, we should have at that point created a coalition, brought all these things together, all these people together, and all these entities together. So I do think that this is a prime example of the need for a project management policy and strategy when we tackle key issues moving forward. So I want the community to know, as they've heard, we are making efforts to make advancements in this area, and we are taking the needs of the public into consideration. It's just, we just need to get a little bit more cohesive when it comes to it so that we can take all these things into account, because we have a 24-hour operating facility, and now we're talking about, legalities and legal issues and technicalities in the law that existed back then. And now we're talking about them. So we should have had those conversations and brought all those details together 2 years ago so that we wouldn't be talking about this today.
Yeah, one of the things that we also need to be cognizant of is the permits we give downtown to businesses that attract homeless people. Like, I'm not wanting to target anybody, but for example, plasma centers. We can only have so many in a certain area because that automatically attracts these kind of people. So those are things to look into if we do have a plan to fix this problem.
Right. Mayor, I would just want to say that all of the agencies and departments have been at the table, and that I just don't want to diminish the work that has been done the past 4 years. And with so Bethany House's 24-hour shelter just opened in March. We had the ribbon cutting in December, but due to COs and permits, they only opened up about a month ago. And what's really exciting, and I'm just gonna find my notes here, is that we do have a commitment to with the Laredo Fire Department that they provide on-site assessment and care coordination to address the high volume of non-urgent 911 calls, reducing unnecessary emergency department visits and diverting transport to hospitals. So there are paramedics present at Bethany House. The Laredo Police Department Mental Health Unit who aim to improve the safety in the shelter and the surrounding areas, provide immediate crisis intervention and connect individual with mental health services. And we have also, there's coordination between the code and code enforcement and health department. But there's more work to be done, and we'll work towards solutions together, but I did want to share that these have been ongoing conversations.
As we move along, well, thank you very much. I think we have a public comment here on this item. Did we have, Mr. Martin, did you have a comment?
I'm pulling secondary water today.
Oh, okay, no,
But thank you.
all right.
Mayor, I have just one last thing.
This is interesting.
Yes, all right, thank you, thank you.
May I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Alyssa did propose that we become advocates for a mental health hospital here in our city. The chief of police has identified, and also our partners that when we were speaking to the district attorney's office and community development, identified having a mental health facility here in our community would help stem the flow and serve some of these homeless populations, so that in the end, these shelters need to be available for people who lose their homes for other reasons, right? This mental health part of it is a difficult element to address, but in doing it, then we actually free up the services for people in need. So it's just part of it that we need to be advocating for, and she did, Councilmember Alyssa did say, I think, move that we promote an advocacy to go to our legislature and request those funds, and I would like to second that motion.
Did you have a motion?
Yes, there was a motion on the table.
Do you want to repeat that motion?
Well, Mayor, it died for lack of a second when she made
Oh.
it. If Councilmember Cigarroa would like to make it at this time that she has the floor, would be more appropriate.
It was, she did second.
Oh, she did?
Yes, I did,
Oh.
but I believe, Mayor, you didn't hear me, and I completely understand. So if you would like to repeat it, just.
Yeah, repeat it, please.
Yes, so let me find my language that I had.
Mr. Maldonado, don't you have a record of her motion? Are you recording it?
Yes,
I was
so,
going to ask her to clarify it because it went too
Sure.
fast.
so
That's good.
to actively pursue legislation for a dedicated mental health facility here in Laredo, modeled after the Uvalde Regional Behavioral Health Campus, and requesting legislation for a similar bill that was just introduced in Louisiana that aims to establish a statewide homelessness court. So, and that would create a court supervised diversion program.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Number 64. Discussion and update on next steps to move forward on the implementation of a secondary water source and any matters related thereto. Now, we've had several discussions with NEB, and some of the secondary water providers are ready to submit proposals and the rate schedule. One of our biggest considerations for the city council is the increase we will be seeing in our residents and their water bills. But possibly this can be offset by voluntary annexation of the development portions, which will add to our tax base and possibly offset some of these increases. But maybe, Mr. Neb, can you give us a little bit insight on this?
You know, Mayor and City Council, we met recently with Legacy, the Water Corporation, the Talise subdivision area as well too. And so the relationship that we have with Legacy continues to evolve as we walk through this. We are hopeful that they'll be able to receive some money through the Texas Water Development Board as well too. But that's not the only, they've been having conversations with NADBank and a couple other individuals in order to get their relationship going in the right direction. So during that, we have also done a blending of our water, study, a blending study, where we've taken our water from the river and blended it with water from the ground wells that are up in the Legacy area up north of us. And because the conditions, the chemical conditions are a little bit different on both types of water. And so we have to be able to blend them together in order to know how to treat them in order to run them through. Right now, we have actually entered into a relationship where, as we talk about the Colonis on the south end of town, we'll be running actually the water from the north end through our system down to the Colonis on the south end as well too. And that way we actually save on the cost of a new line that goes around us to the Colonis. And so we're actually in greater partnership with that. Mayor, alluding to some of the information that you did talk about, is that within this relationship with Legacy is that it does help us protect the area around Laredo, and we actually have a say in how it is built out. And one of the things that it does do is that as we connect people to water underneath this relationship, they are part of that process is on the economic development side is that they would annex into the city if they're in our ETJ area. And right now, the area that is being served by Legacy is, of course, the Talise subdivision, the 20,000 individual the mud, the area that they're treating, as well as coming down through and serving down in the Colonis. And then we'll be one of their largest partners. It does not cure our issues with secondary water, it just helps offset it. And so if the blending, I believe the blending came through and at least in a positive that it could be there. And so we're just talking about the quantity right now, and they still need a few more wells in order to reach that area. Right. And, but I think that everything's moving at least as good as can be with that. I'm hoping that this year should show us some resolutions in their efforts to lock down their financing as well. And how we'll be able to partner within that structure.
Mayor, may I?
Okay, we have a public comment here, Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir. I actually kind of came down here prepared to find out where we are on secondary water, because I did run across something that kind of motivated me so that Mr. Nebb does know and everybody else. And I want the people at home to see this too. This is 2020. January 17th of 2020. A lot's been done on secondary water. And I've been wondering where we were and where we stand. So we have, in fact, we do understand Legacy. Have we finally agreed after 26 years they have the water? Is that what we've done?
We have Legacy. They are working on actually increasing their quantity. We also have, I believe, 2 or 3 other MOUs which go all the way up to Valverde County.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that a little bit. The same players in 2020 are the same players today. And what I enjoy seeing today with our city council is we're focusing and doing business directly with the providers of the water. First time around, we ended up with local players that were familiar with our structure here politically, going and getting the landowners on their side, which kind of divided up our local water in Webb County. So we ended up with a divisionary type of an effect. This time around, I see that we're openly talking about it, and that we finally made a decision that Legacy does in fact have the quality and the quantity of water. So that really relieves a lot of what I was going to try to bring up. Now, one thing I have said going around town here a couple of times, I don't know if any of y'all have heard me say this or not, but I've always looked at water supply at a distance, kind of like I look at oil and gas at a distance. We get at the development of the wells, we get the water secured, we've tested it, we know how much water we have, all the engineering is done, and then we go to a pipeline system. We kind of look at it like we have an operator of the wells, and then we have a transportation system. That enables the operator of the oil and gas to develop his wells and get his product to the market with two accounts. And this is what I'm trying to convey to Mr. Nebb and to you city councilmen today. This will allow, in effect, Mayor, over time, if we separate the cost of the water and separate the pipeline, two separate entities, one day we'll get the pipeline paid out. So then the ratepayers are going to pay for the water only, delivered at their homes. Now, I'm hearing us talk about water for the south and how we're going to get it down here and move it to the I think the colonias out here that the Webb County has. I kind of look at this as a supply like we did when all these people created all the flutter for 2 or 3 years, and it was including me. I was backing one of the sources, and I've learned that Tomas Rodriguez was right, and that the water source is in fact where legend is. So we went through a whole lot of things, but I'm really proud of Tomas with that. He was a gentleman about it, and he was right. And I want to try to overemphasize this if I can. We're going to need to raise the money to get this kind of a project off the ground. You're going to get some grant money and some forms of help, but really what we need to do is we need to communicate that we're looking the best and the finest way we can to keep this water cost low. And if we can talk to the ratepayers, talk to the citizens of Laredo, and explain to them that we're looking at different angles so that payout is somewhere at reach instead of it just keeps growing into larger debt. And with that, I appreciate the time and truly thank you kindly.
All right, thank you very much. We have,
Mayor, I signed up for public comments, not an agenda item, and we haven't been called. And he just turned in his right now, and he got.
I was
here at the
about to
podium.
call you, so you're next.
I appreciate that. Valentin Ruiz, veteran taxpayer for the record. First, I would like to acknowledge the people that held the fort in the last board city council meeting. Vanessa Perez, thank you. Mr. Rick Garza, thank you. And Mr. Richie Rangel. We have a sign here that says Laredo's the safest city in Texas, but we forget that Laredo, Texas has also been frequently ranked top 3 safest cities in the USA for several consecutive years. City manager, if you're on the phone, if you don't mind, I'd like for you to pay attention. Your job is to focus on the infrastructure, the economic development, the strategic and long-term planning of this city.
Mr. Reese, could you direct the council, please? Direct the council, not the city manager.
Okay, well.
Go ahead, continue.
So, and to you all as well, because you guys are his bosses. You're the bosses, okay? And I want him to be successful, okay? I want him to make history in bringing economic development to this city, and not this tragic border wall that they want to put that is going to poison our water, that is going to evaporate our water at an extremely higher rate. We already have 7 cities that have water shortages problems: Choke Canyon, Corpus Christi Lake, Alice, Bevo, Mathis, Blanco, and Georgetown. Are we going to be next? Are we going to be next? Because we not focusing in protecting our water, that's what our future looks like. And to you, Mayor, remember your Hippocratic oath as a doctor. It is a vow to help the sick and abstain from intentional harm and injustice. And this border wall is intentional harm when it poisons our water. And it is injustice to our people if our city dies. So remember that oath. I hold you to it, sir. Okay? I know you care about this city,
But just like that effort you put to bring all these people and giving them awards and stuff, I want you to give that same energy and vibra into bringing the future of Laredo and bringing back the dream of the border walk, the river walk to Laredo. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Anthony Jones, public comment. No, it's a public comment. We're in public comments.
Howdy. I am Sergeant Major Anthony Jones with the Salvation Army. It's not Christmas, not yet, so you see me here. Actually, we opened our doors, Mayor, back 6 months ago we reopened. Thank God that we're here. And I've been doing command training for their national disaster programs, and I have also, on the side, I've been running a business for a year, Mayor, Memphis Barbecue, brought it to Laredo, and we're doing outstanding. We've been reviewed, said it's the best barbecue in Laredo. Not going to boast or anything, but, I started working with the Salvation Army, and with doing this training, I wanted to put it out there that I am trying to get with the Chief of Police and the Chief of the Fire Department. I am now the Incident Command System Commander here in Laredo for the Salvation Army. I will be providing relief, spiritual, emotional, and plus we're going to be doing water, energy bars, food. If the disasters are more than specified, we want to be able to let you, Mr. Mayor, council members know that we are standing ready for Laredo again, and we are going to be putting the community forward in our minds and trying to provide supply and demand and also emotional support and care for everyone. And also about the shelter incident, as a Salvation Army, we used to have the shelter here in Laredo. We will try to establish that again within the next year or two. The problem is our facility has degraded with the absence of the Salvation Army for almost 5 years. We're trying to get everything situated. We're trying to do our fundraising. We're trying to gather our funds, but we do want to bring a shelter back with the Salvation Army. And again, that comes more as training. We got to train our personnel, everything that goes with it. So we want to let you know that we are here for you guys and the community. God bless you. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope that we can get together with the fire chief and the police chief to not only just help with the homeless, but also help in disasters, local disasters, getting people situated if they become homeless in that situation. We want to make sure they get to the right direction. We want to make sure we get the officers, the first responders, and the victims fed and on their way with Godspeed. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, what was the name of the barbecue place again? Sorry. What's the name of the barbecue place again?
Memphis Palm. It's Memphis Barbecue in the palm of your hand. That's how you remember it.
Good to know. Just asking for a friend.
Thank you.
All right, do you want to make a motion? We're all set.
Just keep on with people that already said.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'd like to check and see if anybody else was here to talk about the water item, because I know we got an update, but there were some people in the audience, and I just want to know if
Yeah.
there was anybody who wanted to make
Okay.
a comment on that.
Let's
particular
get
item.
through the ones that were here first, and then we'll go to that.
Ms. Cortez, was your comment tied to the secondary water source item? Okay, I think there's only
Okay.
one person with a comment on the item 64.
No, these are just public comments.
We're on public comments.
We're in public comments, sorry.
So Juan Avila.
Okay, Juan Avila?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I know that it's been a kind of long agenda, and I know y'all have a lot of work in mind. But being that we have another major problem, you know, water, homeless, but we also have another major problem that we need to be focusing on, and that's the teenagers doing all this destruction out there. You know, I commend the Laredo Chief Rodriguez and his men for actually being babysitters out there, you know, taking care of these little kids that parents can't take care of. And I went house to house. I used to work with the Honorable JPs as a stay-in-school coordinator for them. And I went out there to the houses. I started knocking on doors. What is going on? Why is it that parents cannot be held accountable for? Their answers were the following. Well, we're worried about spanking them because they're going to call 911. They're going to tell the principal. They're going to tell the counselor. They're going to tell the teacher. And then the CPS is going to come and take all my kids away. And what am I going to do then? I could have said something off the record, but I wouldn't go that route. But anyways, if you can't control one kid, why, you know. But anyhow, the question in hand is it possible with county, city, to work together along with the school districts, and let's bring some workshops to the parents out there and letting them know up to what point they can actually say, let's just say it like spank their kids. And we're not saying kill them, but we're saying, because if that would have been the case, my mom would still be in jail the way they used to raise us up, you know, and that was back in the good old days. And Honorable Rangel, you know what I'm talking about, you know, the old school. But that's the truth. Can we have like workshop for these parents and letting them know? Parents are scared of spanking them. They're scared of grounding them. They're scared of all this because of the fact what the kids are telling their parents. And they don't want CPS to come into their house and take their child away. And I understand that. But what is it that we're going to do to work together in order to let these parents, you know, make a big propaganda? I don't know. We're coming to you because they're actually doing more calls of taking care of vandalism because the kids are doing, you know, I had just passed, and I told one of our city attorneys, I had just passed through San Francisco and Carlton when that incident happened. If that would have been there, you know, you probably would have seen me already in the front page locked up because I had helped that kid. But what is it that we're going to be able to do? Where everybody wants to clean their hands with the Laredo Police Department. Es culpa de la policía. No.
3 minutes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
You know, let's work on something that we can be structured to the parents and to the community. We really need to bring it out because the guys, they're taking so many time away from real. Yes, they're here to protect and serve, but we're actually having them being babysitters to these little kids. So please, let's work on that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to bring item 64 since we're not on it anymore, because we had a public comment on that item.
Motion second. All in favor?
Mayor, we have other citizen comments.
Yeah, let me finish these two,
Okay,
and then we'll go there.
all right. I will-
Martin Castro.
Mr. Maldonado, you will give me a moment until I pull up my presentation for my time to start. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, my time can start now. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to present today. I'll keep my remarks very brief. My name is Martin Castro, and I serve as the Watershed Science Director at the Rio Grande International Study Center here in Laredo. I'm here to provide a brief update on our recent delegation trip to Washington, D.C. and explain why it matters for Laredo, particularly as it relates to the proposed border wall and buoy infrastructure along the Rio Grande. The purpose of this delegation trip was to make sure that the concerns coming out of Laredo are being heard directly by federal decision makers. not just as a border issue, of course, but as a matter of immediate public safety, critical infrastructure risks, and impacts to our community. Our delegation actually included members of this council, myself, along with others, along with community representation from Laredo and Eagle Pass. And together we met with multiple congressional offices to raise concerns about the consequences that this infrastructure could have on communities like Laredo. I want to connect this directly to the work also of the Riverfront Advisory Ad Hoc Committee. Our committee, of which I am a member, has unanimously recommended that the city move forward with hiring qualified experts to conduct the necessary studies based on the findings of Dr. Tompkins' report. That recommendation was about one thing: making sure that we understand the risks to our public safety and our critical infrastructure. And what we saw in DC reinforces that. On April 16th, during a House Appropriations hearing, Congressman Henry Cuellar, who is a ranking member of that committee, formally entered Dr. Tompkins' report into the official congressional record. I'd like to show you a brief clip of that now. See if I can turn up the volume here.
Now my communities are concerned about the construction and the potential flood risk impact to drinking water and threats to public lands that we have. Mr. Chairman, with your, I would ask for unanimous support to enter into the record the executive summary report by Dr. Mark Tompkins, released on March 10th, 2026, which analyzes the threat to human life, property, critical infrastructure by the proposed wall and buoy system to the Laredo and the communities along the Zapata area. I would ask for unanimous support.
Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So now what you just saw is significant, right? Congressman Cuellar has done this in support of the Laredo delegation and in direct response to the concerns that are being raised here at home. And more importantly, he is now asking questions, of course. He has expressed concern about whether our international bridges and the upcoming bridge expansion projects at World Trade in Colombia are designed to withstand the impacts
3 minutes, Mayor.
identified in the report. And he's also seeking additional information and clarity from agencies like DHS, FEMA, IBWC, and SELA. That tells us that this issue has now moved beyond speculation. It is now being taken very seriously at the federal level, and therefore we find ourselves at a turning point. So our concerns are being put into a national conversation in a way that carries real weight. And while we were in DC, our delegation also held a press conference on Capitol Hill that same day, alongside community leaders like from Laredo, Eagle Pass, and Big Bend, to publicly highlight the risks associated with this project. And I'm wrapping up here, but our key ask tonight is this: we need the information, we need the data, we need the studies to be done. The recommendation from the Riverfront Advisory Ad Hoc Committee to move forward with the studies is absolutely necessary. It's going to ensure that we are not reacting after the fact, but that we are instead in a position to advocate, respond, and protect our city and our river with credible science and data. The risks are very clear, and the responsibility to respond rests with us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next is Tricia Cortez. Can we, is she allowed to pass the minutes on to somebody else?
No, not to pass her minutes, Mayor. She just wants the other lady to go before.
Oh, instead of you?
Did she sign up for public comment?
No.
I signed up for public comment.
Your name, eh?
Jasmine Vega. She could go ahead of me. We could swap.
She wrote in her comment card for item number 42.
Okay.
Okay, we have it here.
Let me see if I have it.
Well, we're not on item 42.
Yeah, we're not on 42 right now. Let's see. We're not on 42 right now, but,
You allow them to see.
Mayor, if I may add a little bit though too, is that there will be a request to table 42. And at that point in time, I believe, talking with our city attorney, those comments, if they wish to be made, would be made at a general comments time, which would be during this time. So.
right.
I apologize if I wrote the wrong thing down in my
No, you're not wrong.
No, you were correct, yeah. You were fine.
Okay.
You have the option to wait until the item comes up, maybe in the next meeting, or you can speak in
No,
general right
I
now.
would definitely like to speak right now. Thank you so much, guys.
Public comment, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Jasmine Vega. Last week, I had the privilege of traveling to Washington, D.C. to represent my community and my riverfront neighborhood of San Francisco Javier. We went with a clear and specific purpose to raise awareness about the very real danger of the proposed smart wall, the very real danger the proposed smart wall project poses to the city of Laredo and the state of Texas, and downstream effects to the U.S. At the center of our effort was the Tompkins Report, a documented, mapped analysis showing why this proposed federal project is not just problematic, but could lead to catastrophic flooding, threatening our homes, infrastructure, and most importantly, us, the people. We met with the following members of Congress: our own Congressman Henry Cuellar, Texas 28th District, Representative Adelita Grijalva, Arizona's 7th District, Congressman Vicente Gonzalez, Texas 34th District, Representative Monica de la Cruz, Texas 15th District, Representative Veronica Escobar, Texas 16th District, and Representative Joaquin Castro, Texas 20th District. And I want to note the support we received was bipartisan. These members were from both sides of the aisle, and they all heard us and engaged. In every single meeting, we were able to sit down and explain clearly and with evidence why this proposed federal project is problematic and why it could lead to catastrophic flooding in parts of our city. Not to mention the loss of revenue that would come from a catastrophic flood. I'm proud to say that we distributed copies of the Tompkins Report to each of those offices. That report is now in the hands of multiple members of the United States Congress. And that is not including the wonderful Congress members who participated in our No Border Wall press conference. I got to experience firsthand the concern from all of these representatives. It was moving and inspiring. Every one of these offices responded positively. Every one of them expressed concern. Every one of them said they wanted to work with us however they could. They were engaged, paying attention, and they understood the stakes. Laredo is not alone in this fight. We have tools at our disposal. That's how democracy works, and it is working. In fact, some of those members have already gone further. They have come out publicly on their official platforms, unapologetically and unambiguously stating their position on this issue. These are our elected representatives. They are not waiting or wavering. They are on record supporting us. I came back from DC feeling supported and energized, and more certain than ever that this community has real allies who are ready to stand with us. The question now is what we do with that momentum, and who
3
chooses
minutes,
to
Mayor.
stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Cortez.
I'm gonna help my colleague just pull up a video real quick.
These two, Mayor, are the ones that Mr. Munches mentioned that was tabled, that they would get one of my public comments.
Does my time start now? I can't wait. Does my time start now, Mayor, or not yet?
Go ahead, start.
Okay, or Mr. Maldonado, does my time start or not yet?
Yes.
No? Yes. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and Management. My name is Tricia Cortez with the Rio Grande International Studies Center,
and I'm happy to report to you key highlights from our trip to Washington and why this was momentous for Laredo. We observed that people are starting to see the wall and buoy system in a new way. More decision makers are now aware of the Tompkins report and how Laredo's future and way of life are under threat by this dangerous project that could create lethal conditions for our community. Congressman Lloyd Doggett organized a press conference as a way to bring greater awareness to Laredo and the Big Bend. 6 congressional members of the Texas delegation spoke and stood with us at the steps of the Capitol. We were joined by Earth Justice attorneys and allies from Eagle Pass and Big Bend. Big Bend advocates and electeds have been relentless in knocking on doors, garnering bipartisan and strong Republican support to protect their lands and their economy. They just filed a second lawsuit against DHS. On this trip, we saw that Laredo is building more allies in DC who are willing to work for us and with us to protect Laredo. Remarkably, we observed a feeling or a sense that things are going to change in a big way in this country. We must be prepared for shifting conditions at the midterms. We are gaining traction and have allies now willing to go to bat for Laredo. We have more power than we think we do. Now is the time to unify and push forward, as Council Members Garza, Perez, and Rangel so eloquently stated last week. We must work toward a singular goal that benefits the people and economy of Laredo for the long haul. While in DC, members of Congress listened to us as we asked for the following: a carve-out, like Big Bend, for all of Webb and Zapata, investigations into the no-bid world of DHS border wall contracts, rescind the billions that they gave to DHS for this irresponsible project. What Congress gives, Congress can take away. Revoke the shameful waivers of law by DHS, and reinstate our constitutional rights as American citizens who live on the border. They heard loud and clear from Laredo and Big Bend to reinvest those billions into making the border and our lives better. We deserve this, and to keep our river free. No buoys, no border wall. There's 2 very short clips, I think they're 15 seconds, of Congressman Doggett and Councilmember Cigarroa.
I believe that this issue has the opportunity to unite people of different political parties and different political persuasions, and that's already really happened in Big Bend. Today we have present the No Big Bend Wall Coalition, the Rio Grande International Study Center, Earth Justice, the City of Laredo, and the National Parks Conservation Association, all here in DC to express their opposition to this matter.
And then the last one here.
The only study we have seen is from Dr. Tompkins, a civil engineer and fluvial geomorphologist. He has studied river flows and systems for nearly 30 years. And according to his analysis, based on the only public data FEMA has released since 2002 and the specifications of the wall CBP has already built, people will die.
So thank you very much, Mayor. We have traction. We've got to build on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 other public comments on item 42 that has been tabled. Unless you want to just do a public comment. Amíbal Pérez. It'll be a public comment not related to item 42, just a public comment.
Mayor, as a point of order, are they
Yes.
both speaking at different, are you speaking after him?
Yes, I have
Yeah, he's speaking after me.
I have a comment.
Well, it's more appropriate if you wait until we call you next.
Yes, one at a time, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Abimael Perez. I am a member of Laredo Democratic Socialists of America. I also live in District 5, and I'm grateful to speak here. I came to speak in particular against item 42, which would allow CBP to survey land to construct a border wall. Politicians from Austin claim that our city is a war zone, and that war zones require special measures, such as building walls and surging ICE agents into our communities. Laredo currently ranks as one of the safest cities, not just in Texas, but in the U.S. at large, with other cities of similar population. As proof, I ask everyone to look at these signs, right? Proof. Right there. So, most statistics also show that undocumented immigrants consistently commit less violent crimes than U.S.-born citizens. Rather than protect our city, measures which advances the building of border wall or has the police cooperate with ICE aren't just a waste of taxpayer money, but divide our community. At a time in which our governor is currently threatening Austin and Dallas with withdrawing millions of dollars in funds for passing measures where their city police and ICE do not cooperate, I ask City Council to not give in to bullying. Rather, focus on using our taxpayer money in improving our community, not advancing the interests of those who want to see walls being built. I also ask City Council to, in solidarity with Austin and Dallas, pass city measures so that our police and ICE do not cooperate and continue their deportation campaigns. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. We have Mr. C.Y. Benavides on.
Mayor, Council, Mr. Neb.
Evening.
Mr. Valdez, good afternoon. My name is C.Y. Benavides III. I'm here as a resident of Webb County, City of Laredo, and I'm speaking to your secondary water problems or situations. And this is something that is very near and dear to my heart. I know that I briefly have touched on it in the past, but I want you guys to know that during the development of the Camino Colombia Toll Road back in 1991 and following up in back in 1994, multiple studies were done of the water source that you all are talking about. Currently, my family has built out 18 water wells on the Santo Tomas Grant, which make up about 66,000 acres of property. And we're using that water for fracking, right? And that's not just us, but other people doing the same kind of thing. And when we did those studies back in the 90s, it talked about the ability to have a water source that could generate enough water to house or to provide sources for about 1,000 rooftops. That was without the consideration of ever anybody thinking about that we're going to use water for fracking. I have heard recently some of the water tables from different parts of northwestern Webb County have fallen significantly. So I need to express to you guys that I think while that may be helpful to Legacy and what they're doing currently at Talise, which is great, I'm not here to talk about that in that way. The long-term needs for what the city needs, the county needs, are much graver than that. And significant conversations have been had with Austin, directly with the governor, and I think those conversations need to be applied directly here. And maybe a task force of sorts could be created by the city of Laredo to not only work independently, but work with the county to address this at a much greater level. There are some immediate things that we can do, such as improving certain water systems and water lines that we know are leaking, and we know it's costing us a lot of volumes, and especially up and down Mines Road, Ms. Perez. But that's a very short-term thing. You know, we got secondary ideas of water coming from the sea, utilizing seawater and desalination. That is a true long-term investment that will be helpful for the benefit of Laredo and potentially the Colonias. And I think we need to be honest with some of the Colonias that they potentially may never get water to their facilities. We need to be more candid and honest and open with the people of Laredo on how we're gonna view secondary water for our future and capture all the different opportunities that might exist in that future.
3 minutes, Mayor.
So with that, I would say that I think it's important for us to look at things and maybe create that task force and look at the potential or the lack thereof of how we invest in the future of our water source. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, we have one last comment, public comment, Said Iracheta.
Council. My name is Saidi Acheta. I'm from District 4. And I'm here concerning item 42, or the decision on giving Customs and Border Patrol right of entry in relation to surveying the land to build a wall along the stretch of the Rio Bravo. Now, City Manager Joseph Neve discussed during our last meeting on Thursday, the government is looking to fast track this process when it comes to building this wall. And do we really trust the federal government to make a good and informed decision on their investigations when they're looking to fast track this process? And I mean, a lot of these meetings are being held behind closed doors. We should not, for decades, this city suffered under basically the rule of the patron system. We can't really come back to it where a lot of these important decisions concerning our community are being made behind closed doors, where the city does not have, where the citizens do not have the ability to see what's happening. Right now, what City Council should be doing is demanding transparency from the federal government on what they're asking of us as a city. Because the solutions provided to us right now are to cover and be bullied by President Trump and by Greg Abbott. But Laredo must take a stand with other cities, like Dallas, Austin, and Houston, in opposing these policies, and we must not allow our law enforcement to cooperate with federal law enforcement. We cannot allow the federal government to displace our people from their homes just because they want to work on this vanity project that will put our people in danger of flooding. And thus my demand to our city council is to vote no on giving Customs and Border Patrol right of entry and to not cooperate with federal law enforcement. And instead you direct those funds to the solutions that actually help our communities and actually tackle homelessness by tackling the actual issue. That there's not enough good jobs. People keep leaving because there's not enough job opportunities. And instead of trying to handle the homelessness crisis by tackling the symptoms, we should tackle the very cause of it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, go
the item that was requested to be tabled, have we tabled it yet?
Which one are you talking about?
Which item is it?
42.
Mayor, I'd like to bring up item 42 so we can table it.
Okay, bring it up.
I'd like to bring
Just a
up.
motion to table.
Is that a motion?
I'd like to bring up item 42 so I can.
All right, go ahead.
Motion?
Motion, second.
All in favor?
All in favor? Opposed? Motion passed.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table that item.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Next item.
Mayor, motion to approve appointments to commissions, boards, and committees, number 5 through number 8.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Motion to table 9 and 10.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Motion to approve 11 and 12.
Motion second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passed.
Motion to open up public and zoning,
Mayor?
public hearing introductory ordinance.
Mayor, we
Yes.
need you to name number 10.
We tabled 9 and 9 and 10. I tabled them
Oh,
both.
you did? Okay.
Yes.
My bad. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Motion to open up public and zoning, public hearing introductory ordinances, 13 through 21. And public hearing introductory ordinances, 22 through 28.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Number 13, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by amending ordinance 2025-0234 by which authorized a special use permit for a smoking establishment, cigar lounge only, no on-premise alcohol consumption on Lot 3B, Block 1, Laredo Arena Subdivision, Unit 4, located 2411 Jackman Road, Suite 400, approximately 1,469 square feet in order to allow the consumption of alcohol based on a newly passed ordinance 2026-026. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed special use permit amendment, and staff supports the application. Number 14, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 1, Block 1, Kimberly Plaza subdivision located at 4800 McPherson Road from B3 Community Business District to B4 Highway Commercial District. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the proposed zone change, and staff does not support the application. Number 15, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning approximately the south 83.0 3 feet of Lot 6 and east 20.56 feet of south 87.30 feet of Lot 7 and west 35 feet of south 47.82 feet of Lot 7, Block 34, Eastern Division, as further described by meets and bounds in attached Exhibit A, located at 1102 Cedar Avenue from RO Residential Office District to B3 Community Business District. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change, and staff supports the application. Number 16, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by authorizing and issuing special use permit for a restaurant serving alcohol on Lot 6, B1, San Isidro McPherson subdivision, Phase 4, Cantera Court, located at 9810 McPherson Road. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed special use permit. Staff supports the application. Number 17, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 16, D5 acres subdivision located at 7102 Los Nietos Street from R1 single residential families residential district to R3 mixed residential district. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposal change. Staff supports the application. Number 18, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning approximately 25.2 acres located north of 1 Escutilla Boulevard and east of Pausa Drive from AG Agricultural District to R1A Single Family Reduced District area. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change, and staff supports the application. Public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 1119D, Block 3, San Isidro Southwest Antler Crossing Subdivision, Phase 5, located at 9802 Springfield Avenue from R2 Multifamily Residential District to B3 Community Business District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposal change. Staff supports the application. Public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 3 and the east 18 feet of Lot 2, Block 978, Eastern Division, as further described by meets and bounds in attached Exhibit A, located at 1803 East Reynolds Street, from R1 single family residential district to R3 mixed residential district. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the proposed R3 zone change. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed R2 zone change. Staff does not support the proposed R3 zone change. Number 21, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 1 and the west 1/3 lotus of Lot 2, Block 1086, Eastern Division, located at 1901 Chihuahua Street, from RO Residential Office District to B1 Limited Business District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the proposed change, and staff does not support the application. Number 22, public hearing and introductory ordinance authorizing the city manager to amend the city of Laredo FY 2026 annual budget by appropriating revenues and expenditures in the amount of $465,259 in the 2022 revenue bond. The interest earnings being appropriated are to pay expenses on the new projects and upgrades. Public hearing, number 23, public hearing and introductory ordinance authorizing the city manager to amend FY 2025-2026 capital grants fund budget by appropriating revenues and expenditures in the total of $5,799,996, consisting of $3,799,996 in grant funding from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department under the Outdoor Texas Parks and Wildlife Department under the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership 2023 Grant Program and the Recreation Legacy Partnership 2023 Grant Program, and a required one non-federal match of $3,799,996. Matching funds will be derived from $2 million of Webb County match in a 3-year payment commitment. The city local match of 1.8 million from the 2019 certificates of obligation issue has already been appropriated. Grant funds will improve the existing trails and embankments along Zacate Creek, as well as development of newly extended trails and improved recreational accessibility to surrounding neighborhoods. Number 24, an ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, amending Chapter 19 Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Section 19-70, entitled Investigation of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Laredo, Texas, by increasing the property damage threshold from $50 to $1,000 by removing certain language, providing for publication, and providing an effective date. Number 25, an ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, by amending Chapter 19 Motor Vehicles Traffic, Article 3, Section 19-71, entitled Reports Required of the Court Ordinances of the City of Laredo, Texas, by amending subsection A to increase the property damage reporting threshold of $50 to $1,000, providing for severability and providing publication and establishing an effective date. An ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, amending Chapter 19, Article 8, Section 19-360 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Laredo, Texas, by entitled Parking Meters, renaming the section meters and paying station zones, and replacing the section in its entirety, providing for severability, providing for publication, and providing an effective date. Number 27, an ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, amending Chapter 19 Motor Vehicle and Traffic, Article 3, Section 19-74, removing vehicles from scene of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Laredo, Texas, by revising the section in the entirety, providing for updated regulations governing the removal of vehicles from the scene of an accident, providing for severability, providing for publication, and establishing an effective date. Number 28, an ordinance of the City of Laredo, amending Chapter 19, Article 10, Section 19-379, 1, fees, release, Code of Ordinances of the City of Laredo, Texas, increasing the administrative fee for booted and towed vehicles from $25 to $60, providing for codification, providing for severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date.
Is that all of them?
Number 13, yes, Mayor.
All right.
Mayor,
All right.
number 13, we have a public comment.
Public comment
Number
on
13.
equipment?
13, number 13.
Okay. Number 13, public comments. Jerónimo Treviño.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jeronimo Trevino for the record. Based on planning and zoning split approval decision, I believe the statement is relevant, so thank you in advance for allowing me to share. I started this process September of last year with high hopes. This was after a year or so of research, preparing a business plan, and ensuring all levels of government were aligned. However, my application was intercepted by personal beliefs, assumptions, and biased interpretations of processes in existence over a decade. I have encountered nonprofits spewing misinformation on all media outlets, a man of the cloth stating that my business is the gateway to fentanyl. I even had members of council ask me in a public forum to abandon my vision and restructure my business model to a nonprofit, member-only organization because it is in their belief that it is best for all. I have been on the defensive since day one. All my factual statements have fallen on deaf ears. For example, I shared the discrepancy between 24 smoke shops and growing, yet the city has not seen 24 special use permit applications, no outcry there. I previously stated that I can produce mechanical engineering plans displaying that I have a dedicated HVAC system that introduces fresh air and expels foul odors as the city's code of ordinance strictly demands, yet out of the dozens aforementioned, I'm the only tobacco vape shop and or smoking establishment that has this. However, no media, no nonprofit presentations highlighting their code of ordinance violations. At a prior meeting, I presented an ordinance from 2015 listing prohibited items from being sold in vape shops, yet code enforcement officers are not spot checking, Some shops are blatantly displaying these items on their website. Again, no outcry. I share that many of these shops are miszoned due to the land development usage chart not being updated despite another 2015 ordinance regarding tobacco shops. Yet no religious entities stating that the smoke shop adjacent to a residential area is luring kids with their flavored vapes. The carve-out, or in other words, preferential treatment, cannot be granted to an industry that predates a 2003 ordinance, an ordinance that includes an exemption for that particular business, because context clues and logic proves that the carve-out applies to the 24 smoke shops, as an electronic cigarette did not hit the U.S. market until 2005. The hypocrisy is offensive. Before you today is a special use permit. No rewrites, no revisions, just an SUP. Ordinances, definitions, any contradictions have already been clarified. Just an application compliant in every aspect. Not only am I asking for an approval, I'm seeking a unanimous approval. It's a start in restoring my faith that a homegrown, local, small business dreamer wishing to conduct legitimate business compliant in all local, state, and federal laws has that opportunity here in Laredo, Texas. That concludes my comment, and if council does decide to approve this, there are some amendments to the conditions that I wish to ask for before. I don't know if I should ask that. Number 3, for example, hours of operation are incorrect. We've already addressed that in previous special use permit. Number 4, again, it states 18 years of age. This is a 21 years and older establishment. The signage also states 18, it should be 21. And number 19, HVAC system, it needs to state that it introduces fresh air and expels foul odors as the code states. I mean, that is like the number one thing that I'm bringing to this business, and allowing the verbiage that it has now is only gonna allow others to do it wrong.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Trevino, just to give you a heads up, we can't amend it like this. It needs to be put into the ordinance that we're the SUP that we're allowing. But if you allow us to vote on it, then we can discuss it further later on, or you can discuss it with staff later on, if you'd like to change the 3 items that you want to change up on it.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. Just,
4 against 3 times.
All right. I'm gonna do 4 against.
I have a comment.
All right, make it brief, thank you.
Sir, I appreciate you coming here and explaining your case. I can't speak for the, the offense that you have taken to some of the comments that have gone on from other organizations. I know I have been against this from the beginning, and it has to do with the fact that we passed an ordinance. And we here, and this is on council, right? I don't know that we're respecting the ordinances and following them. I did believe that a carve-out for one business isn't fair, but we've had a very civil disagreement. And I just can't support the fact that it's secondhand smoke with employees, and you suggested that the HVAC system is going to prevent that. But I don't agree with that, especially when we are looking and facing health insurance issues, and secondhand smoke and smoking and that promotion creates problems with heart disease. It exists, and I don't feel that council should be promoting any business with that kind of conflict of interest. I know it's not across the board. We do have vape shops, smoke shops. I can't speak to that. I just know that we had an ordinance that would have prevented the mixing of alcohol and your tobacco products. And now we're creating a carve out for your one business. So I will not be able to support this item.
Mayor, if I may.
All right, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. Councilman Segarra is correct. This was an ordinance, but things do change. Times change. And there's something that we need to accomplish here. And this council has changed several ordinances as it is. I feel it needs to change. I'm a complete proponent of it. You know this. I will probably not be a patron because I don't smoke and I don't smoke cigars or anything like that. But I do wish you the best of luck. As far as causing medical concerns, absolutely. But so does diabetes. City of Laredo is the worst city for diabetes ever, and we're not banning anybody from selling hamburgers, tacos, french fries, or anything like that. So I think that has nothing to do with it. It's people's choice at the end of the day.
Any other comment?
For or against?
Okay, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion, second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. Thank you.
Number 14.
Number 14. All right. For or against, for or against, for or against.
I meant to include that this item, the applicant had requested this item be tabled.
Tabled. Number
Motion to
14.
table, Mayor.
Second.
Motion table?
Mayor, can we move up item number 20, please?
There's a
Yes,
motion on the floor.
Motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. All right.
Item number 20, please.
Number 23, motion.
Number 20.
Number 20 or 20?
20.
Okay.
20.
Motion. Motion second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. Number 20.
15. Close and introduce.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 15. We're back to 15.
All right.
No, yeah. Did we do 20 already? No, I'm doing 20 right now.
We're doing 20 now. That's four against it. 20, that's four against.
No.
No.
Or yes.
Yeah, four against, four or against, four or against.
Close and introduce, Mayor. Second.
Motion, second, all in favor? We're voting already.
I have a question because it has this approval of proposed R2 zone, and I believe the intention is to accept the R2 zone, not the R3 zone.
Correct. Yes.
Is there an error there?
No, it's written correctly.
All right. Okay.
Apologies.
No, not at all. Not at all. Thank you, Ms. Guerra. From previous, the way that we do this, if there's going to be an exception that we're confirming here at council, then we do need to state it clearly. Otherwise, it's accepted as the usual plain zone change, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
We're
Just making clear.
on item 20.
Yes.
Yeah, they were requesting the R3, planning and zoning recommended in favor of the R2. So the R2 would allow, again, if something catastrophic were to happen, they could reconstruct an apartment complex. They would just need to abide by all the setbacks, parking, all the regular code requirements at that time.
All right.
So we are approving this then with the R2 zone?
So the R2 zoning, so, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
And it's just so that, to let you know that it solidifies the fact that if it burns down as a townhouse complex, it'll go up as a townhouse complex.
Apartment. Townhouse, they would need a special use permit.
Are these considered apartments then?
That's what they said, that it's a triplex.
Well, whatever burned down is gonna go up.
I guess it's just different, because the R2, it's a use by right under the R2, but townhouses are a little different. They would need an overlay, a special use permit overlay, or a PD, sorry.
Okay, all right. All right,
So, Mayor, I motion to approve as recommended by staff.
Second. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mayor, before go for it.
Motion passes. Go.
Already passed. Item passed?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So Mayor, if I may. Mayor, I want to address to my colleagues, if we have any questions on any of the items, so we won't be going back and forth, point them out right now so we can know the the numbers, so we can be a little bit organized, because we're calling for the questions, there's a second, and we're calling for the questions, and we want to ask questions. I'm just saying, if you have a question and one item, let us know, so we can point the numbers and make sure we pull them out before we ask the question, because we sound kind of sloppy here, ladies and gentlemen, going between questions and not answering, so we confuse the staff as well. So let's just be a little bit more.
Thank you for that comment. I agree with it. All right. Next is, pardon me? 15. For or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to, it's approval, close and introduce.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Where's my car lot?
16.
It's another car lot.
For or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Which one is next? 17?
17.
17. For or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 18, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion? And second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 19, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
And Mayor, point of order.
21.
21, yes.
Councilmember Mayor.
Go ahead.
For item 16, says District 4, but it's actually District
Yeah.
6. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. Just
Number
for-
16?
1-6, yeah, it already
16.
passed, I just
Okay.
want to make sure for the record, it's, yeah, District 6.
All right. District 6, just make sure it says District 6, please. All right. Number 21, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Sorry. Apologies, pardon me. That's actually my item, and it is a recommendation for a denial, and staff does not report, so I will be recommending that we deny this.
Okay, do we have a comment on here?
May I ask?
Oh, is there?
Yes.
There's a public
Apologies.
Yes, comment.
Hello, good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Council, members of the council. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Reynaldo Gutierrez. I'm the owner of 1901 Chihuahua Street. I just want to make the goal of switching from RO to B1. It's a small little step from RO to B1. It's not a drastic change. Another thing, one of the comments was to the impact of the neighborhood. Just to address, this was sent out twice in order to do an against for it of the change. I think on 27 notes were issued out. I don't know, sure if
Is there-
anyone else.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Is there anybody else, here for or against this item? I know, and I'm not trying to overstep, Councilwoman.
Not at all.
What I'm saying, it's, I'm being seeing it right now. It's in District 3, which is Councilwoman Cigarro's,
Yes.
area, which he represents in, the community. But at the same time, let me just explain to us, where I'm seeing it, it's facing Chihuahua Street?
Yes, the house principal entrance is facing Chihuahua Street, so you'll be looking at the north side view towards the south side, and from the house will be from the south too.
So there's other businesses around the area?
If I'm not mistaken, it's Vance Auto Parts, car wash business. I think a couple houses down to the right, there's like a medical office or something that supplies with medical. I'm not trying to establish a large business. It's just we've been in that area. A lot of people try to open daycare business, to be more exact. In order to qualify for daycare business, we need to start with rezoning to B1. I know it might feel like a drastic change for that zone, since most of the neighborhood is pretty much on the south side of the location.
Yeah. Do you have staff here? Yes, staff, can you explain to us what is it exactly that we are denying? We always want to encourage local businesses, we want to encourage people, if they're gonna open a business, we want to see what's the problem, and like I said, I'm not trying to overstep, just trying to help our local business, see if we can do, as any small business, try to see if they can be successful, so.
Yeah, this business is located along Chihuahua Street. The dividing line along Chihuahua is east of Chihuahua. It's primarily residential office, and then west of Chihuahua you've got that large B3 area. So east of Chihuahua is very residential. It's primarily single-family residential in that area. So while we like daycares, we think of them as amenities for our neighborhoods, that B1 does allow for other uses that may impact those residences. So we thought this was a much better candidate for a conditional use permit. We did advise the applicant, but he wanted to pursue the B1. So the daycare, we like that use, and we think it would be a good fit for the neighborhood. However, the overlay would be, we think, a better fit for that area.
And which, give me 1 second, and I'll give you the mic. That's I think we understand that this property owner has been paying taxes for the past, what, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, you have other businesses as well, Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, that is correct.
And you know, you've been very successful, and I don't see why we can't, you know, accommodate or try to help, and not accommodate, but just help them and to continue doing success for the community and seeing if we can have this opportunity for the surrounding areas. Because like you said, it's a residential. He's trying to do something for like, which is childcare.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be childcare. Well, you have a couple of streets down, you have people out there, you know, you got families there. Maybe the neighbor will encourage them or encourage themselves to go and drop off their child or the children to go there. And another one, if I'm not mistaken, there's restaurants there, there's businesses there. Maybe it's maybe closer to help the community to go out there and drop off their child when they're working about a block away. So I think it's, and having this opportunity, give them this opportunity, you know, being in Chihuahua, which is a very, which is a street that's very, you know,
It's a high intensity street. It's an
highly
on-system
traffic.
roadway.
I think we should give them that, you know, support and see if we can do, and we can do that. And I know my colleague's gonna come in and say, we got the conditional use permit, but at the same time, he's a young person. I understand, like, I'm trying to see that he's a young person. He's trying to say that's an investment he's doing. I think we wanna, you know, he's gonna be, if he does this, he's successful in this right now, he might be very successful later on. So I encourage my colleagues to support, to turn into a B1.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
The advanced auto parts across the street, what is the zoning on that one, and what is the zoning on the lot across the street?
Right across the street is also residential office, just right across.
And what about
Let me show you.
Hey, do you have a, Mayor,
I've got a map.
do you have a visual on a map or
Yeah,
something, Vanessa, please?
absolutely.
But the advanced auto part, what is the zoning on that one? Because there's an auto zone not too far, and there's an advanced auto part diagonal. Well,
Let me bring it up.
but the advanced auto part is right diagonal across the street.
Toledo Finance, Brisket Beer, KFC, McDonald's.
Well, what is the zoning on the advanced auto part?
65.
It's right across, and then there's a car wash
Yeah.
at the corner.
Yeah, Advance Auto Parts right across the street.
But what's the zoning on that? That's not RO. Advanced auto part's not RO.
Can you see it on your screen? No? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see right here, I'm pointing at it, that is the location, and right across the street, you see all of this pink, that's all residential office. This dark pink right here, this is all B3.
That
All
dark
the
pink,
dark pink is B3. So this is very much the dividing line. Chihuahua, all of this area is very residential, right behind is residential, and
but
all
you
of these.
but you have a B3 diagonally across the street with an advanced auto parts.
That is correct.
Okay.
Like, as I said, Chihuahua is very much the dividing line. You'll have most of your B3s north of there.
And B1 is less intensive than a B3.
B1 is less intensive than the B3.
Right.
So if you look south of Chihuahua, you're not seeing any B1s currently.
But you have B3s right across the street,
That's correct, yes.
which are more intensive than B1.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. Gutierrez, did you present these ideas to the Planning and Zoning Commission?
I wasn't present during the time.
You weren't present at
No.
the time? So I looked up what the Planning and Zoning looked at, and perhaps it was because you weren't there. But there was discussion about, as Ms. Guerra was saying, protecting that neighborhood. And I know residents on Rosario Street and in that area, and they're very concerned about their neighborhood being encroached upon with businesses. Understanding that the fronts that are facing Chihuahua have that residential office designation to allow for those minor impacts. But I can tell you, my constituents behind them in that single-family home area, that yellow area that was presented by Ms. Guerra, are very concerned about the encroachment of businesses. And I do believe that that's where the discussion went. Now, had you been present at the P&Z meeting, then perhaps you could have identified what your intended use was, and also had a good conversation about a conditional use permit, which would then mollify the residents who live back there to understand that childcare, lower impact, family friendly, and if that business were to no longer exist, it would revert back to a residential office area, because that is what their concern is. So that is, I would be happy to support a conditional use permit. I think childcare in residences, I think that in residential areas makes a lot of sense. And then having Chihuahua there is great. But as Ms. Guerra was pointing out, that ends up being this line. And the residents who live, she says east, I think it's south of, yes, south of that street are really interested in protecting the character and the integrity of their neighborhood. So
What I
if it's
would
not a
think-
CU, I'm almost done. If it's not a CUP, I can't support the zone change for those reasons.
Yeah, what I would think is that we're here to promote businesses, and anything we can do to help would be good, but we have to think of what Councilwoman's saying. So maybe you would entertain that conditional use permit and see how it goes, and then later on might submit it again.
Just to comment on the fact of the special condition use permit, it's not guaranteed. So my plan is to rent it out to small entrepreneurs that want to open daycare business. I want to give that small gap between someone who has the advantage of starting their own business from scratch to having the accessibility of renting out that location. It's a beautiful location. It's not one way or a fact affecting the neighborhood. I'm not planning to open a gas station or something like that. I want to keep it good as a business owner, and also good as a neighbor as well. I do have to consider the fact that I'm not overstepping the line of doing something that can affect the neighborhood, to say. I'm not sure something that I could not convince, but just to help out someone that wants to help Laredo grow in that kind of sense.
Go ahead.
I really appreciate those concerns of yours, Mr. Gutierrez, but with the designation of B1, when that designation is given, it does not roll back. And so if for some reason you were to sell that property as a B1, then the next owner might not show the same consideration to the neighborhood that sits directly behind that. And again, I would be happy to support a conditional use permit. I cannot support a B1 zone change.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and my question is more for staff, and thank you, sir, and regardless of how this goes, I'll say I generally do vote whatever the council member has, whatever they prefer in a district, just explaining to you my probable vote momentarily. And I've been very consistent with that for all other 7 districts when it's someone else. Because I know at the end of the day, it's that council member that has to end up taking the calls and the complaints and the concerns, whatever that happens, right? Although I will say, I am a huge proponent of making it easier to have more childcare in our community. As someone who pays for childcare, I understand it is way too expensive. So the more that we can have, the absolute better. So I applaud you for trying to make that happen. If ultimately, we'll see how the vote goes, but ultimately, regardless, I hope you do pursue, if it doesn't pass, the special use permit to make sure that we do have more childcare in our community. A question for staff, a little bit of inconsistency, just a few, and we don't have to go back to a previous item because we can't, but P&Z and commission and staff just unanimously approved a zone change from an R2 to a B3 abutting R1s. So you're okay with B3s abutting R1s, but you're not okay with a B1 abutting an R1. A B1 is much lighter than a B3, so why would you approve
It really depends also on the location, and the comprehensive plan also designates certain areas, and they're designated as mixed use.
Right.
So the comprehensive plan does foresee locations where you would have B1s and B3s, providing those amenities for that neighborhood. So, in this case, the comprehensive plan identifies this as downtown mixed use, which does not, allow for that B1,
You said
zone.
it
It's
recognizes
called
it as what?
downtown mixed use.
Downtown mixed use.
Downtown mixed use, which provides, it allows for CBD, R1, R2, R3, R1B, R1A, RO, and AE.
So what's the difference between downtown mixed use and mixed use? Because just a few
The
moments
mixed
ago-
use designation in the comprehensive plan would allow for B1 and B3 zones. Again, because again, mixed use. Those mixed use, typically, the B3s, prior to this comprehensive plan, it was much more separate. They would not be recommended in favor, but in light of the new comprehensive plan, or the Viva Laredo,
Okay, would you say that Chihuahua and Springfield are equal in being minor arterials?
I would say they're probably, I would say Chihuahua's probably almost more intense.
Okay.
More intense.
So on a less intense road, you just recommended a B3 next to a B1. On a more intense road, you are not approving a B1
Yeah,
next to
in
an
this
R1.
location, because of the existing zones, the surrounding zones, if you see, it's all very much RO with the R1 in the back. The surrounding zones don't indicate the B1, the intrusion of the B1. So again, going back to some of the things that we were talking about, we think the use is very, very wanted. We like them to be near neighborhoods. That's something that we would want to see more of, the proliferation more of. So in this case, again,
I'm just trying to-
we wanted to really see that CUP.
I'm just trying to grasp the consistency, because it does seem slightly inconsistent, yeah.
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Dr. King. I think we need to make sure that Laredo makes progress and promote businesses, and if it's not something that's gonna be detrimental to daycare, I mean, it's needed for that neighborhood.
Mayor, if I
So,
may?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we had the same argument on Saunders. You know, Saunders is, we have
On system.
B4s, like with the hospital. We had business owners that want to open businesses along Saunders. And it was the same, you know, resistance to that. Here you have another thoroughfare, you know, very similar in traffic to that. But I will point out that the residential part is actually a little bit of an outlier. If you zoom out on the zoning map, it's pretty much mostly B3 there. What are the types of businesses that can be opened up in a B1, other than a daycare?
All your light commercial businesses, restaurants, flower shops, gas station.
A gas station, like a Circle K, can be in a B1?
There's
Yes.
one 3 blocks away from this. On the same side, the south side.
Yes, ma'am.
Like with
Yes.
working pumps or just a
Yes.
convenience store?
No, yes, a gas station.
And does it fit in that property?
No, that's a thing. Uses, I mean, the use is allowed by the zone, but then you still have to meet the performance standards. So is it big enough? That would be up to them. I mean, there is nothing under the code that says a gas station has to be so many square feet.
So other than so gas station, what, flower shop, what else?
A flower shop, restaurant, I mean, basically are your like commercial uses, boutiques, clothing store, retail, yeah, everything. Where you start seeing the divider would be, restaurants with drive-throughs, car lots, pawn shops, tattoo parlors. That would be the sort of B3.
Okay, another question is, if they were to get the conditional use permit for a daycare, does that carry with the land, or does it have to be based on the tenant?
It would depend on if it's issued with somebody named or if there is no name.
So
then
we
it
can
would go-
actually put an overlay on top of this property for a conditional use permit that would then allow him to go and find a tenant without having to find a tenant first.
Yes, that is correct.
And what's the process for that look like?
In this case, we're talking with legal, and in order not to delay the applicant, because the conditional use permit would be considered quote-unquote less intense. I know in the past, we've had the applicants come back so that we can get recommendations and have the public become aware of it. But because we consider the B1 to be less intense, or sorry, the CUP less intense, legal agrees that they would be allowed to get approval for the CUP. We could bring back the conditions at the next meeting. I
Can
don't
we
know how it
make
would work. We could do intro at the next meeting again with the conditions.
Can
And
we
then
make a
final.
motion for it tonight with this item? But the motion for approval of for a conditional use? Well, just now speaking to the applicant, it doesn't look like you're gonna get the zone change, so I don't know if you would prefer for us to table the item so you can rethink whether or not you want the conditional use, or if you would like to us to move forward with approving your conditional use, so then you can go ahead and then seek a tenant for the daycare business.
To not take too much of your time or not bring it up again, that would be a great idea if you want to put it to the vote, and that would be the best case for this.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
The question, did you understand what Councilwoman Pettis said? Do you want us to continue with the conditional use permit, or do you want us just to table the item, have them come back and bring us a solution?
With options.
With options.
So the motion to the zone change is not going to be possible.
That's possible, we haven't voted yet.
It's possible, but the risk is that if it doesn't pass, then there's a wait period. So if it gets denied tonight on the motion that's on the floor, there's a wait period. If we table it, then we can come back the next 2 weeks and pursue
Yes,
that.
go ahead.
Mr. Gutierrez, you can see most of my colleagues, all of my colleagues, I'm not the most, all of my colleagues right now, are saying that we want to help you, and that's the reason Ms. Arroa stressed trying to tell you, she agrees with the conditional use permit. She's not saying no with the conditional use permit, she's just saying, hey, this is a conditional use permit, because unless there's something wrong, goes wrong, bad, or something happens, we have, the opportunity to bring it back. It's just a safety for the city of Laredo. That's what we're trying to do. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm speaking of,
Sir, the tabling would allow you to work with planning and zoning to clarify if you wanted a conditional use permit for that property. It does not change the zone. So it is a way for you to continue the process, because if we take the vote and the B1 zone is denied, then you have a 6-month waiting period, is that right?
I'd have to check, at least 3 months.
3 to 6 month waiting period before you could try to come back with something different and convince the Planning and Zoning Commission. It would have to go through that process again, and they've already denied you the zone change. So tabling it allows you to consider if a CUP would help meet your needs to develop this property the way you have indicated that it probably will be developed.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table for the next council meeting.
All right, motion, second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. We'll table it and
It'll come back.
it'll come back.
Instead of waiting the 3 months.
Yeah. You bring it back.
It's the best thing for right now.
Sounds good.
All right?
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, go
let
ahead.
me bring back item number 13, Mayor, please.
Number 13,
Motion.
motion,
Right, 13.
all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Item 13.
Mayor, if I may, I believe that the applicant had asked for some conditions to be changed, and you all passed this as is, but to bring it back, just so that we can change, for instance, number 3, condition number 3 is just change the hours of operations to reflect, for accuracy. Conditions 4 and 5 would change the age requirement from minimum 18 to 21, which reflects his business, and number 19 to align the HVAC requirement with our ordinance. So
Motion to approve the amendment.
Motion second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. One opposed. Motion passes.
Right, thank you.
Next, where are we?
Oh, 22, Mayor. 22?
22.
Four against.
For or against? For or against? For or against?
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 23. For or against? For or against? For or against?
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 24, for or against? For or against? For or against?
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 25, for or against? For or against? For or against?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 26, for or against? For or against? For or against?
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
27.
27, for or against? For or against? For or against?
Motion to close and introduce.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed? Motion passes. 28, for or against? For or against? For or against?
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Number 29, Mayor.
29.
Motion to approve number 29.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Motion to approve final reading of ordinances 30 through 39.
Do we accept, I'm sorry, point of order, do we accept number 31?
31.
Accept 31. Motion, accept 31. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
31 is the ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, amending Appendix A definitions on the Land Development Code by establishing cigar lounges as the only smoking establishment that is allowed to serve alcohol. And I will once again just express that I do not believe a smoking establishment should be allowed to serve alcohol. I was reminded that SCAN did surveys and showed in those surveys that people are very opposed to moving forward with this. So I will be a no vote.
Motion to approve.
Motion? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? One opposed. Two opposed. How many opposed and how many passed?
Three against. You have 5 votes.
Motion
It's
passes.
approved. Passes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Motion to approve the consent agenda 40 through 59.
Second that.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Next is,
Motion to recess as the Laredo City Council and convene as the Laredo Mass Transit Board.
motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Motion to approve number 60 and 61.
Second that.
Motion and second, favor, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Motion to adjourn as the Laredo Mass Transit Board and reconvene as the Laredo City Council.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Number 9 is number 66.
65, huh?
66.
Yes, you, yes, ma'am.
Is it 65 or 66?
It's 66.
66, okay. 66.
Okay. Discussion with possible action to create an advocacy position regarding the City of Laredo's interests in the Amistad Dam and Amistad Reservoir as they pertain to overall city water security planning with a goal of integration into the city's legislative agenda and shared with relevant federal agencies, officials, and stakeholders, and any other matters thereto. And I want to thank council members, Mayor Pro Tem Gilbert Gonzalez, Dr. Tyler King, and Alyssa Cigarroa for co-sponsoring with me. So I think, you know what, regarding our federal advocacy and being in DC and understanding that being in front of these agencies is a way to emphasize what the needs are for our city and creating personal relationships, I believe does help legislation to be crafted and brings our city's interests to these agencies' attention. So I bring up this item in particular because in March of 2025, the Laredo Water Museum hosted a meeting with IBWC and different stakeholders to talk about the state of the Amistad Reservoir, what was being done, and future plans. Since then, we haven't had any updates. And let me tell you what they were proposing at that time. First, there was the ongoing activities were continue to monitor the Amistad Dam instrumentation, to update and maintain the Amistad Dam Emergency Action Plan, to make sure that funds are available for phase one of an incredibly vital project to restore the Amistad Dam infrastructure. So the Army Corps of Engineers has identified at this dam that is north of us, but where we hold 2 years of our water in this dam and reservoir. They have identified structural integrity issues with the dam itself. And you're talking about a project in the tens of millions to the hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, the Amistad Dam is run by the federal government. It's owned by the Mexican government and the federal government, and it is a joint partnership to manage our water resources. And you might have heard about the recent kerfluffle with the Trump administration and the Mexican government about the amount of water being released into this dam or into this reservoir for storage. The issues with how much water is released from the Mexican side to the US side is apart from the issues with the dam, the integrity of the dam and the reservoir itself. I am arguing that we as a city, because of our vested interests in protecting the water that is stored in the reservoir and making sure that it is available for our future generations, we have a vested interest to know how these plans are developing, what the timeline for the construction schedule is, and what work is being done and how far it's come along. Because not only is the Amistad Dam facing serious engineering structural issues, but also the reservoir itself. It has been identified that there are a variety of sinkholes where there is leakage of water. So the Amistad Dam has been, during the summer of 2025, it got down to 20%, and it was a real crisis here at the city to understand that our water source was so fragile. That dam reservoir level now is at 30%. Better position, but not great. And perhaps this last rainfall yesterday, the storms that we have filled it up a little bit more. We hope so. Everyone around here is hoping for a hurricane to come through, even though we know that is a risky proposition in and of itself. But in order for these other natural measures to have an impact, the reservoir needs to have integrity to be able to hold the water. And we need to know that we're not losing what we consider our water storage in future years. So my proposal is that we begin to advocate on the federal level and that we update ourselves regularly to understand where these projects are and to try to push for the federal monies that are required to undertake the repairs of the dam and the analysis and the engineering projects that need to be undertaken to repair the reservoir itself. It may seem, this reservoir expands for miles. You can see it on a map. I mean, the reservoir is huge, and there are 88 identified sinkholes. However, we have engineering know-how to be able to fix the reservoir. The only limitation is the amount of money the Mexican and US governments are willing to spend. And an expenditure of funds means advocating for that expenditure. And I just think we should be a voice at that table. We're not the only ones that hold water there, but for our city, it's incredibly important. So my motion is to develop a advocacy position with our federal lobbyist group that we already have, and make sure that we have a seat at the stakeholder table when these issues come up, and that if we need to travel to the agencies to advocate for monies to be released to fix this problem, that we are there at that table doing just so and sharing our story in Laredo.
Anything from management?
Well, what, she put a motion, you're right? I'll second the motion.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh,
Dr. Elizabeth, do you have anything else to offer? I tried to cover all the bases.
That's why
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that.
I think you covered this very well. It's a big engineering structure, has a lot of issues. We have the water supply from the two countries, which is not, enough. They're not abiding with the rights, but also adds to that complex issue you've mentioned. We did try when we were in Washington also to raise that, but it seems it's a bigger, complex issue. So hopefully that could probably nudge some agencies to keep us involved and have a seat, have a seat when these discussions happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Moving on to item number 67 from Councilmember Cigarroa. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Discussion with possible action to approve a resolution by the City Council to submit to the EPA Public Comments Portal in support of maintaining the Integrated Risk Information System standard for ethylene oxide and any other matters incident thereto. And this becomes a big issue now because of the change in administration. So in April of 2023, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency proposed new health protections to reduce exposure to ethylene oxide, including more stringent air emission standards and additional protections for workers who are exposed to the gas used to sterilize medical devices. So if it was finalized, EPA's proposals would be estimated to cut ethylene oxide emissions to the air from commercial sterilization facilities by 80% per year and apply more protective standards to control these emissions under the law. So together, the proposals will provide a comprehensive approach to addressing ethylene oxide pollution concerns, including cancer risk, that would increase safety in communities and for workers while providing a path to maintain a robust supply chain for sterilized medical equipment. So we know that Midwest Sterilization Corporation operates here in the city of Laredo, and they use the most amount of ethylene oxide of any of the commercial sterilizers in the entire country. They use approximately 1.3 million pounds of ethylene oxide during a year. And it has, so this council has proposed studies to make sure that the emission standards were not being exceeded and that the emissions being released from this corporation were not impacting communities because of the risk ethylene oxide creates for people who breathe in ethylene oxide over the course of years and decades. We're particularly sensitive here in Laredo, I think, because we understand that children are particularly sensitive to ethylene oxide's harmful effects because the chemical remains in their bodies longer than it does in adults. And the concern comes because in March in 2026, the EPA is proposing to change these standards, including some really basic requirements that were proposed for safety by the previous administration. So they would like to reduce the requirement for continuous emission monitoring systems, technology review standards for aeration room vents, and requirements for permanent total enclosure. So if finalized as proposed, the rule would give facilities the choice between installing a new monitoring system or making adjustments to the 2024 ethylene oxide standards for technology review standards for those aeration room vents, where ethylene oxide is greater than 10 tons per year. Well, our facility in Laredo is greater than 10 tons per year. And I think what's most egregious is this new proposal's basis is that the EPA estimates that this proposed action would save approximately $630 million in costs over 20 years, or about $43 million annually. And here in Laredo, we are not ready to accept that a price tag can be placed on the health of our children or the health of our communities. This is going to be a big hill to climb. I think phrasing it as a community that is against medical sterilization is unfair. There are ways for that continuous monitoring to help make us safe and so the company is aware if emissions exceed these standards, and then they can change their practices. We should not sacrifice our community's public health in order basically for the company to make more money. And I will say that the administration of Midwest Sterilization talks about wanting to be safe and have safe practices. And they have installed different medical equipment to be able to absorb more emissions. But if there is not a continuous monitoring system in place, how do we as a community understand that we are being kept safe? I think that requirement is basic, and it stems from the scientific analysis done, reviewed in 2016, and then reviewed again by the Biden administration to actually put teeth into proposals that will make sure companies release less emissions so that there's less risk to the communities in which they operate. So, and the last item is that this administration has also shuttered the EPA's Office of Research and Development that began last year in July 2025. And the reason that is so hurtful is because there was a new process under review to cut sterilization, the use of ethylene oxide for a particular, palette of items by half. If they could reduce the amount of ethylene oxide needed to meet the same sterilization standard, but use less ethylene oxide, we as a community would be safer. But now that process that was under scientific review, that's been upended. So I don't agree with, again, putting our communities at risk. And so I would like to submit those comments as a council to this portal so we can show EPA that we are serious about keeping our community safe.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilman.
We have made several resolutions over the years regarding ethylene oxide. We even have our own air monitoring program for ethylene oxide, and ethylene oxide is prevalent mostly in District 7. So I do appreciate the efforts for this, and I think this item is consistent with other efforts that we've taken over the years. So I think the comments or the resolution should fall in line with the similar language to what we've taken before in terms of asking for more stringent protections for the capturing of the releasing of the ethylene oxide, increasing the scrubbers to capture it, and also include something in there about allowing municipalities to, or requiring that municipalities be given notice on where these warehouses are that these products are being off-gassed. But overall, I think this is just another step in the battle that we have against ethylene oxide in our community.
All right. Any other comments?
Yeah, one last thing.
No, somebody else.
Well, Mayor, just make the motion
Okay.
submit the comment to create the resolution.
Right, motion, second?
I just want to clarify one
All
point.
in favor? We
Can
already commented.
I just want to clarify one point that
All in
Councilmember Perez brought up.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Could I comment on Councilmember Perez's comments?
We already passed that item.
Yes, but she's brought up an incredibly important point.
Good. We'll comment on other comments. We need to move on. Next item?
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
Is that 68, Mayor?
68.
Okay. Thank you so much. So this is my item, it's co-sponsored by Councilmember Rick Garza and Alyssa Figueroa, as it relates to zero-based budgeting. So, and I'm sure Mr. Esparza will want to comment, but as it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as it currently, since we operate under a traditional budgeting practice where we take the previous budget from the year before and we carry it over and see what we can cut out and or you know, add or what have you. Other cities, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, El Paso, they've tried hybrid models. San Antonio in particular just recently, in the last couple of years, has launched a zero-based budgeting program. They hired a consulting firm to help them implement it because it's extremely difficult and it's a lot of work to do, because instead of starting from what you did the year before, you start from zero every year and add on your priorities. And it's something that we definitely can't do for the entire city. No major city does it for every single department. But they, in San Antonio in particular, they are doing it in a few select departments, and it took them 2 to 3 years to kind of phase this in, and this coming fiscal year 27 be the first time. And I think it's something we should consider looking at. And while I know we can't make a final decision tonight on how and when that would be done, and before I make a motion or anything, does Mr. Esparza or Mr. Neb, do you have any comments on that?
Mr. Knapp? Yeah, maybe I'll start out, and then anybody else wants to say anything as well too. And I think, Mayor and Council, Councilmember Dr. King, no city out there has implemented the zero-based budgeting overall because it is labor intensive in order to get that work, because you're rebuilding from zero all the time for that. Throw into it that we have certain CBA agreements, we have certain, and so I think exactly what Dr. King is talking about though as well too, is that the ones that have been most successful, they pull out different pieces, and you look strategically at each one when you pull out. You just don't pull the same one every year. You pull out a department, you break it down, you put it back together, and then you see exactly how that matches in there. That's a very strategic method of how to do that. And I would say that when I was looking at some of the examples as well too, every city goes into it trying to think that they can get into the zero-based budgeting directly. They end up in more of a priority base. They end up in a mandated base. They end up in those structures. But I would state that, yeah, you pull out of our 23, 25 different departments, you pull out 2 or 3 of them a year, and you look at them surgically. I think that makes a lot of sense within that structure. It does help that we've been doing the efficiency studies and all the stuff on top of it, but.
And if I may, Mayor, the way we currently do it, for example, Mr. Esparza and his team, my understanding is they essentially do it pretty much internally, or are we using a consultant to help us with the strategy on?
We don't utilize a consultant in order to help build up exactly what you're talking about a little bit is that I would argue that we don't always start with what they had last year and then figure out on top of that. We do break it down a little bit farther than that, where we look in there and say, are all these programs still valid, right? But are we able to move these people into those different sections? But we've not utilized a consultant to build out our system.
I don't like just throwing out money to consultants for the sake of it, but I noticed every other major city that's attempted it did use one because it's not something that can be very easily implemented, and most end up doing this. So my initial motion, and I'm open to amendments, is that we have staff and budget office identify some departments that might be appropriate to initiate zero-based budgeting practices, or for the upcoming, if it's possible for the upcoming fiscal year 27 cycle, if that's deemed, if that's deemed too short of notice, I'll leave that with the discretion of management. That's my motion.
I'll second that, Mayor. I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, can I
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question, it's, maybe it's my third cycle, being around budget, but at the same time, we want the community out there or the people that are watching right now to understand what a zero-based budget is. First time I ever hear about it. Might not be, may sound kind of out there, right, but I don't mind, I don't care. Just wonder, can you break it down what a zero, base budget is for the community to, like, and a terminology that everybody can understand how that works and how would that, help the city? And the briefest, well, I know we're gonna go through to a question right now, but just to see how that worked for the community.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is Esparza with the Budget Department. As Council Member Dr. King mentioned, there are different types of budgeting systems that are out there. City of Laredo uses a hybrid system. And just to kind of touch base on some of the different systems, and to your point, Councilman Rangel, we have incremental budget. Incremental budget starts with the prior year's adopted budget. It adjusts for inflation. And it also takes into account new contracts or any changes on expenditures that you have. Departments submit increases or decreases with justification. Budget office reviews and balances with revenues because.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
So with the hybrid, what you said, sir? The hybrid budget, we get from the budget from last year, and they just add to whatever they need. How and the inflation and all that, how everything's going, and that's how the budget works.
Right.
Am I mistaken?
Yes, but the hybrid, what we mean with the hybrid is we have the incremental, we have performance budget, we have program budget, we have priority-based budgeting, we have zero-based budgeting, and then we have a hybrid. Like Mr. Ned mentioned, most cities use a hybrid system in their part, as they progress in their budget process. City of Laredo uses a hybrid system, and what happens is, as we begin the process, the departments are submitting an estimate for their current year. So for that they use trend analysis or any history analysis that they have for both their revenues and their expenditures. When we look at the proposed budget, that is what they're proposing for next year, we use an incremental, which is that original budget plus any inflation, any changes in their expenditures. We use that with the exception that personnel, we take personnel out of it. When we take personnel, that is the largest part of the expenditure. So the departments basically say, all the non-personnel line items, we tell them, use the original budget that you had last year and propose any changes that you have in the expenditures. As we look at, in this year, I think Councilmember Gutierrez asked us to bring back any additional funding that the departments might have. So we have a level called 225. In the level 225, we use zero-based budgeting. We basically tell them you start at zero. Everything that you give us in there has to be justified, has to have a reason why. Now, the other thing that we kind of use zero-based budgeting for our proposal as well, because what we do is when we drop into these levels, everything is zero. We drop in personnel. We have a software that looks at the personnel, looks at increases for insurance, any cost of living, contract increases, any of the benefits. Budget drops that in for them in the proposed budget. The estimates, everything is zero. They have to start from zero and project their estimates. And that's why we say we use a hybrid system. We use zero-based, we use incremental. Even for our GFOA submission, we use performance-based. So we use a little bit of all these systems in our budget process that we are
Mayor,
trying.
if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I make this one? Thank you for that. I just wanted to note that we did approve an efficiency study, and we still have not gotten the results. We have been looking at ways to cut spending, ways to save money, especially after the bond, the attempt to pass the bond and all that. So we're looking. We haven't received any data on that, and I can anticipate I did not talk to Dr. King about this item or anything, but I can definitely appreciate the need for looking closely at what exactly it is that we're spending on, because it seems like we take for granted that, well, since it's always been funded, it's just gonna get funded. We have maybe extra positions in some departments, maybe we have, promotional monies or, you know, whatever the different categories of spending that there is within the department, that just automatically gets, you know, like the following year, they ask for that because they've always gotten it, and now they're just gonna get it again. And we're still here pending an efficiency study, so I guess if we're not gonna get the efficiency study, then we'll just go ahead and start figuring out what's important and what's not important during budget time. So, I mean, I can definitely appreciate the concern and the need for this, especially since we're not getting the data that we need in order to be able to provide that oversight for the taxpayer.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem. And to that point about the efficiency study, I don't mean to be negative, but there was a year of us kind of being told about the efficiency study with the implication that it would be perhaps a third party or an outside looking in type efficiency study, but it ended up being an internal review, and so far what we've gotten is an efficiency study that is essentially a summary of all the emails that have been sent over the last year with no data, no figures, no numbers, no recommendations. So we are, yeah, as Councilmember Pettis said, I think we're all pretty disappointed in what we've gotten so far from an efficiency study standpoint. You know, it wasn't just a check marks, just to check off the list and move on. It was actually intended to change our behavior. So, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have, there's a question, yeah, there was a second call for the question.
Well, I mean, can I just mention one thing, an agreement with, Ms. Pettis and Dr. King, but I just want to add, if there's any processes right now that might, as Dr. King mentioned, it might not be a little bit late to get us to where we need to go on this particular subject matter. In determining, for instance, you said about employees, but is there any other line item that we might be able to use this on, just to pilot the process? I know so you're using the incremental, you're using, in certain facets, you use something different as you go along. I think that the idea of, we're gonna have increases at every line item, or that you point out, I'm wondering if this process can be implemented as a way of testing it, and testing whether the system, you guys get to test it, we don't get to see it, so we're kind of sure you know, that you guys are using it, and we respect the fact that you guys are using it. So I'm just wondering if there's anything we can do to kind of offset any of this lack of information that comes before us in a timely manner.
Yeah. Mayor, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem,
Sure.
if I may, I do want to add that when the departments work in entering information into the line items, like I mentioned, when they start, there's a line item that says contractual services or office supplies, and it's zero. So what they use the original, but we don't drop the original budget for them, and they just simply push that forward. What's in there is zero. They use the original budget as a guide. In that line item, there's different functions that allow the departments to enter a description. So, for example, what we've been doing for the last couple of years is that if they have contractual line items, and that line item is for $1.5 million, for example, they have to give us a breakdown, what contracts are making that 1.5. And they have to list them in there. Contract 1, 200,000. Contract 2, 300,000. That adds up to that. Not only do they have to give us that breakdown, which is available on that line item, they also have to tell us when they plan to pay for those contracts. So if they're doing two payments a year, there's a monthly entry that they have to say, I'm gonna pay 700 on period 3, 700 on period 6, and that's gonna total to their 1.5. So when finance and budget runs reports and we compare budget to actuals, we're actually comparing that budget as it comes in. So there's a lot of information, and I know that we wanna, the last couple of years, we've tried to come to council and kind of show what we're doing and the departments are doing. These are things that you don't get to see on a daily basis because they're done by the departments and we review them. But that information is in there, and that information can be provided to council with every single line item that shows all that description in there.
Yeah, great. Oh, So I was gonna, well, go ahead, no, you have the line.
No, well, I was gonna say, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You're saying that we have a hybrid system, but I feel it's 99% incremental, 1% the other. I think for the most part, it's incremental. Could you, I mean, if you had to put a percentage on it, I mean, 'cause for me, it sounds hybrid light at best. But I just can't.
It's definitely a hybrid, and we use all these different type of methods to come up with our final product.
But the
Now-
vast majority is incremental.
Yes, yes.
And you take out personnel, which is the vast majority of the general fund anyway.
And then we have another,
I mean,
alongside that process, when we meet with management, departments submit to us other requested positions. We have a list for requested positions or deletions for that matter. We have a list of overtime requests or decreases. We also have the 225, which I mentioned, which might be new projects or anything that's taking them over last year's original budget that is reviewed as well. And this year, we will be presenting to council, hopefully before the third workshop, is a list of all those requests for your review.
Sure. Go ahead, I'm sorry, let me just, oh, sorry about that. Well, and the reason it's correct, on the incremental side, I could understand why personnel and all that, and all those items. I'm just trying to figure out a way, for instance, I think the one that would fit perfectly in there would be on software licensing, let's say. That is not every year. So, I mean, it's just that one year's this side, the other is like that. And so, very hard to understand that 5 years from now, which software licensing we're gonna be getting. And those are very, very expensive. And so, I'm wondering if that's a model that you use to.
Yes, if I may answer that question. One of the things that is happening with IT, and I don't know, Mr. IT Director is here, but most of the software that we could buy before and own it and just pay a maintenance fee is going to cloud-based now. So what's happening now is IT is an internal service fund that collects its budget from the rest of the departments that we have. And because most of the softwares that we have now are cloud-based, it's moving to it's impacting us in our operations and maintenance and operations side of it. So that is one of the struggles that we have with that and actually for all the internal service funds. One of the things that we tell the departments right now is that, remember, we're telling them, use your original budget as a guide, so when you come with a proposed budget. So one of the things we're also telling them is you're gonna have to absorb within that budget whatever increases we have for the internal, so IT, we have, on the city side, we're having to absorb the internal, the health and benefits and the employees as well. We have fleet, which is another internal service fund. Right now, we're anticipating gas prices will probably be at the level they are right now until things get settled. So those costs they're having to work with that. If there's not enough money in their original budget, they're gonna come in the 225 level, which is additional monies that they have. So they're having to make sure that we don't have any extra money in the accounts, because they're having to utilize that to cover any increase that they have. And then the 225 is the one we do zero-based budgeting because it starts at zero. All of them start at zero, but some of them use the original budget as a guide to come up with a proposed. The next year's is zero, and they have to justify everything, has to go through management. That has to get approved first, and it comes to council for final approval.
Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
I appreciate that. The concern is still that it's, as much as it's a guide, it's more like, incremental budgeting
Well,
practices.
it's a combination.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that there's issues that we've had in the past where we've had surpluses and those are not recorded to the council anywhere. We're not given a list of surplus funds to ask us how we would like to allocate those funds. There's not anything like that. When we had the grant that we had not too long ago, council did not decide how to spend that grant money. It was decided by management. So there's things that we don't know what's going on because we're not being told, and it's not our job to go and ask, it's y'all's job to tell us, right? And so, there's these issues that we have going on, and again, we go back to the efficiency study. We were told that beyond cuts, payroll savings, there really wasn't much, and so there's a concern there because there has to be savings, and now you're saying that external factors like IT, cloud-based, additional fees, the cost of gas, and all these additional economic factors that are happening, now the directors have to account for all these things within their own individual budget, when we as a city should probably be planning ahead for these types of things and adjusting accordingly. If the price of gas is going up, then we should be looking at all the budgets across the board and see who's gonna be most impacted. Instead of telling a director, guess what? You know, the money that you had from last year, now you're gonna have to find a way to cut money because gas went up. Or, you know, our IT cloud service is now going cloud-based, so 10% of your budget needs to be reserved for the cloud, when we should have somebody else accounting for these types of things. So there's something going on with the budget that is not working, and we're just trying to make sure that we get it to be working better so that we can make sure that we're addressing the needs of the community, is basically what we're trying to do, I think.
Yeah, and I could make an amendment to the other motion or just make a new one, but I do think we're hesitant to bring in someone, like a third party, to have a full review of our budget, it's what it seems. No one likes to have all of their house just inspected, but I do think it would be nice to go out for RFQ or RFP to see, you know, that all the other cities have done that, so to have an independent firm come in and. So yeah, I will additionally make a motion to have go out for an RFQ for,
So the first
for a
motion is.
firm that will basically to kind of analyze and give us feedback for how we're doing our budget and give us ways to implement zero-based budgeting, other forms of efficient budget practices, so.
There's still the first motion is still on the table.
Okay, I'll amend my original motion to add that.
Mayor,
Okay, sure.
and is that person gonna report to us, or is he gonna report to you? Is he gonna report back to
Well,
us and tell us?
council should hire.
Ultimately, the report, I'm guessing, would be, or first off, RFQ, and then city management, that would go through city management, they would bring it to us, yeah,
But
via city manager, yeah.
City Secretary, who seconded the first the original motion?
do it through the audit department, it comes to us.
Councilman King and
Okay. Do you accept the amendment?
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem,
Answer to us.
the proper way is, there's an amendment, and there's a second to the amendment, so you all vote to see if you accept the amendment, and then you vote on the.
It's a motion to accept the amendment. Is there a second? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Now there's a motion to accept the amendment in the original motion. Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to
69.
item number 69, Councilmember Perez.
Discussion with possible action to establish a CIP project for the development of a master plan for the Muller property, including 8 acres designated for a police sector station with a training room, public walking trails and food truck area with restrooms, and a regional public park space utilizing pending parkland fees from the Green Ranch subdivision and future residential development, and any other matters incident thereto. I'm glad that we had that discussion on ethylene oxide because, as this council knows, there's an elementary school that is the most affected by this plant and is right across the street from the property that the city has acquired. And so there is definitely a quality of life issue on the Mines Road. And the entire time that I've been on council, we've been trying to move forward in making improvements to the Mines Road area, specifically the port section, because that is where the people bear the heaviest burden of the effects of us being the #1 port in the Western Hemisphere, as we like to tout that title. But, my ask today is that we've already, allocated 8 acres to the police department. And so that portion of this would go into the CIP to help with, police department needs, because they do need the help. The additional acreage, I would like to use priority funds to try to get a plan going to incorporate the police department into some quality of life, possibly some economic development opportunities, and just see what we can do to get a plan going. So that's my motion, is for council to support this initiative for the district so that we can figure out, what's best to do with this property.
Second. There's a motion and a second. I believe there's a discussion.
So, you know, while I can, appreciate the public park space, I think we would all like more green space next to our neighborhoods. I do have an issue. This isn't, the Muller property. This is actually the latest owner was the Gooba Green property. And this is the property that was the focus of some legal action. And, you know, the public thought with the settlement that the city put forward for 5.9 million to purchase these 17 acres, there were so many comments of people looking at the cost of the property and feeling as if somehow money was exchanged incorrectly or something. The reason why this property was so expensive is because it is some of the most expensive property in the city. It's off of the Mines Road. It's about $350,000 an acre. And it represents land that is next to a major corridor in our city. That's where the price comes from. That's why it was $5.9 million for the city to purchase it. And so when we think about what's best for the city overall, you know, usually as a city, we do not pay for parkland. We have developers who are coming with their residential property development. When they're developing land, they need to set aside land for this amenity for the people who live in these residential properties that they're developing. It is a way for the city to save money. We then can use the funds for either the developer would develop a park property, or we're charging the developer funds or fees, and then with those fees, the Parks Department develops that property into a park. So I only say that to compare how usually parkland is acquired by the city and how usually we designate money for it. I think by taking off the property tax rolls the most expensive land that we have in the city, it's just not a wise use of land development in our city. I can understand why, you know, we took the actions that we did to buy this property and not have it be an industrial M1 usage across from an elementary school. There are, you know, there's a reason why we went through the legal action, but in the end, we as a council voted that we wanted to sort of protect the kids that went to the elementary school there. Now, that can still happen if we downgrade that property to a different use. If we, as a council, since the city owns it, we could request that it gets downgraded to a B3 or a B4. Even though perhaps it could be a B4 because of it's contingent to the Mines Road, I think in the interests of protecting the property for more residential use, the La Bota neighborhood is right behind it. B3 makes sense to me, but the city should consider selling that property again to get that back on the tax rolls. It was an incredibly expensive proposition to pay for this land, and we can recoup some of those funds through collecting taxes with business use that aligns with any other residential development.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
I can appreciate Councilmember Seagovra's comments, but again, we've had opportunities to recoup monies from property in her district, in your district, Councilmember, and I don't see any effort on your part to try to get that $69 million. I understand that this property was expensive, but it was a long-standing issue, and we know that property zoning is tied to whoever's sitting on the council at the time. Just because we downzone it and sell it doesn't mean that it's always gonna be a B3, because in a few years, somebody else can buy it, wait us out, come back and ask for an M1 and get it, just like has happened many times in the Mines Road. That is the issue that we have, is people buy property at a lower zone, and then they come and ask for an upzone. And planning and zoning would recommend probably approval, because they would say, well, the property around it is a warehouse, so why would we deny it? And here we go back to the same argument of property rights versus public interest, and we're back to the same problem. So I would have liked to put this issue to rest. I know we have the police chief here to talk about how important the police station component of this is. That leaves 8 acres up for consideration, and if we're concerned about recouping monies from land that we have, we've got 1,300 acres out where the Charruthinger is gonna be, that nobody has proposed selling in the past 20 years. We've got land all over, you know, we've got land in District 3 that was gonna be used for parkland. We could sell that land. We could sell land in District 4, we could sell land by the arena, we could sell land that we own a lot of acres. How many acres do we own of public land? Like thousands and thousands of acres. This is 16 acres, but yet it's a priority to sell this one, even though we just had a lengthy issue and battle addressing a long-standing issue that I took a lot of heat for. So I don't see why we would go that direction, other than just, it seems very targeted, and it seems like some council members care more about what happens in other districts than they do about their own. Chief Rodriguez, can you speak about the police station, please?
So good evening, again, Chief Miguel Rodriguez for the record. Again, you know, this is a situation that we've been, you know, for quite a while now. We've talked about the need of the department. As a matter of fact, just recently, we have to just, as an emergency token for us, we have to remove our detectives from the Sanchez building that we're currently housing right now. It got flooded. A contractor got there and they said there's asbestos. So now everybody needs to be moved from that building, and so we're making space. We're actually putting 2 sergeants per office. We're doubling up on the detective side. So SVU is now housing additional personnel. So we are moving as fast as we can to accommodate. We've been talks now about the training division. The training division sits in that Sanchez building. Our traffic department sits in that Sanchez building. So we have to move all these individuals. I know this is long-term. We're barely getting started with the South Sector Station, much needed right now. Everybody's crowded at PD. We are moving forward with the Mines Road area station. Definitely, we need our training building. That we're in dire need of that. So yeah, there's no, it's not a secret, right? We asked for this through the bond, did not go through. We understand that, but now moving forward, this is the strategy that we have to be putting sector stations and adding additional buildings where the need is.
So it's a strategic place.
It is a strategic plan as it is right now, but the main thing right now is to just get the space as fast as possible. I know, again, I speak in long term, but if we don't talk about it now, we're gonna be in this same position 5-10 years from now. We have to take care of it now, even though right now it is a sense of urgency to move our offices from where we're at the 20 Sanchez building.
Mayor, if I may.
So, sure, go ahead.
So I just want to highlight the fact that the needs of the police department, we've known about them over the entire time that I've been here. In every budget, we say, next year, we'll look into it next year, bring us a plan next year. We tried with the bond, it didn't pass. We tried to get you guys a headquarters, understandably, you know, it was rejected, we respect that. But that didn't take the needs of the department away. They're still crowding, there's still issues. You have a South Sector station that just went in. We have now this West Side Sector station. We have a station downtown. There's other parts of town that, you know, we're talking about potentially putting officers and departments in. And the training facility is very close to here. We've talked about that. And you need a training space so that you can bring other departments in from out of town, which has an element of tourism to it as well, which is why this area needs to be carefully planned out. And that way we can look at what kind of a space we're gonna create around this department that council has already approved. So again, I go back to the reason why I brought this item. I don't know if you have any other comments.
Just to give visibility to council and mayor, I think the, you know, right now everybody's reporting to main headquarters. Our South Sector units, you know, the PSAC, you know that, you've been briefed on this. Our South Sector units are all reporting to PD. Our North Sector, Central Sectors, all of them are reporting to PD. If you look at the parking, I mean, it's a lot of parking spaces that we're taking up in there. We can't keep up like this. We have to make sure that we address it. So I'm asking for your help on this to make sure that we address our infrastructure because we're in dire need of it.
Thank you, Chief, you're being heard.
Thank you,
Yes.
Chief.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Mr. Maldonado, can you repeat the motion verbatim, please?
Sure.
To establish a CIP project for the development of master plan Muller property, including the 8 acres designated for the police sector station with a training room, public walkway trails, food truck area with restrooms, and a regional park, public park space utilizing pending parkland fees from Green Ranch and future residential developments.
City Secretary, there was also, for the record, Councilmember Perez mentioned the district priority funds.
The district priority funds would be for the other 8 acres that are not designated for the police station. The police station would be the component that goes on the CIP.
The CIP.
But I did want to clarify for the record that the reason why it says Muller is because it's located on Muller Memorial Boulevard, not because the previous landowner was named that. It's because that's the street name that it's on.
So there's, yeah, so thank you.
That's
Yeah.
the motion.
That's the motion, and there's one final comment by Councilmember Cigarro.
Yes, I just want to clarify, you know, this isn't personal. I actually am thinking about the best interest of the city. So when we talk about parkland, and usually it's developer-led, this particular land was purchased with $5.9 million. That was not in any plan. It came out of CIP reserves. And I think that any council member having $5.9 million to spend in their district would be very happy to develop different properties in different ways that would best serve their district. But this was an unusual circumstance. And so it just seems to me fiscally responsible to try to recoup some of those monies on the best interest for the citizens of Laredo, because it is taxpayer money at the end of the day. Now, the Green Ranch and Deer Park neighborhoods were mentioned. Green Ranch has a park already in its neighborhood. Deer Park just received a 15 or 17 acre donation, and that land is being turned into bike trails, which sounds like a pretty exciting opportunity. That is about 3 miles away from where this land is located. It seems to me that Deer Park residents having a 17 acre property that will be developed for bike trails, and then future funds could be developed for other amenities there. Proximity-wise, that's the park that they're going to turn to. Green Ranch has a neighborhood park already, so it seems to me that residents there, rather than traveling down Mines Road, will turn to their local park. La Bota Ranch, where this property sits in front of, closer to Mines Road, has a park. There is I think it's Alfred Muller Park, that's a mile away from all of that residential development that is also intended for use by the residents in La Bota, and then the other residential developments that are developing there. So there is a lot of parkland already in this area. So again, it's the most expensive land that we have in Laredo because of where it's located, and I think it could be put to better use so that we can restore those CIP reserve funds and think about the other priorities that are already listed in our CIP plan.
Sure, go ahead, we'll close it with, this final comment.
I appreciate, Councilmember Cigarroa's, research into District 7, but I just want to clarify that Green Ranch has an HOA park that has not been maintained for years, and they are not happy about the status of their park. Deer Creek got a donation of land that was an initiative that I initiated because we had a long-standing, before I got here, motion after motion for the La Bota bike trails to become part of the city's inventory. And we have no more bike trails in the west side that we used to have. So all the biking community only has the Shiloh bike trails. So I'm very much aware of the bike trails, but that is not a neighborhood park. And it is not a regional park. And the nearest regional park is Father McNivold. And anybody who lives in the port north of I-69 knows how hard it is to get in and out of traffic and how difficult it is to get to a park that's even 1 to 2 miles away. And again, we do have air quality issues. And as much as we talk about parkland, it is a little bit hypocritical to look at the part of our community of the city that has the most gray and the most black in terms of concrete and asphalt and trucking, and say, well, you know, this land is expensive, so let's go ahead and sell it back so we can put you all back in danger. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's risk everything that, you know, let's forget about the kids want to be warehouse free and forget about this whole battle of trying to stop this from happening. And let's just recoup some monies back into the coffers so we can build a park space in Chacoan Creek or somewhere else. So no, I disagree. I'd like to call for the question and see where council lies on this.
There's a motion
And a second.
and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Abstain. So still motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 70. Councilmember Perez.
Discussion with possible action to create a project management policy with standardized reporting and any other matters incident thereto. So this kind of goes back to the discussion we had with, I guess as an example with the homelessness, is that we're not creating projects. When we get reports, when we get staff reports, sometimes we don't really know, I mean, we rarely get staff reports on projects. There was an issue with the Veterans Homeless Tiny Homes project where we're still pending some report on that, but it did show that there was parts of the process that were not accurately followed in terms of securing approvals and securing council directives and stuff like that. So I think it would be fitting for us to take initiatives and create projects and do better with the way that we handle bringing something from beginning to end, looking at, you know, who the stakeholders are, making a checklist of, did we get council directive to name this project? Did we get council directive to designate this land for this project? Did we get council directive on how we were gonna fund this project? What did council say about this? What did council say about that? To include regular staff reports to us so that we can be up to date on what the status of this project is. And that way we can just create some kind of uniformity so that when we're up here, we can hear what project it is that the staff department is working on. What's the status? There's a timeline. There's all these things that we know have been checked off. And that way we get a little bit better of a comprehensive plan. We can track all the metrics that we're looking to hit and keep in mind. But I do think that there is a need for some type of project management template and format because it doesn't seem like we're really doing that at this time. So that's my motion.
Okay, that's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Moving on to 71.
Okay, discussion with possible action regarding the water pressure and water breaks on Mines Road to include a status report and any other matters incident thereto. We have had several water breaks off the same line within days of each other for weeks. And my constituents are very upset. And they go out there, then they go back, then they go back, and it's a water pressure issue. Can you please update the public on what's happening with this street? What are we gonna do about it? Please.
Go ahead.
I've been getting the same calls, fortunately, and I don't know if it's the same street. Is it San Mateo?
San Mateo.
San Mateo? San Mateo? San Mateo, but you get the same call from San Mateo. The water pressure is very low, and some days are very high, some days are low, the other days there's no water at all. There's no communication with the department or the city with the constituents or the business out there, and they don't have that communication. That's something that they've been saying often, so I don't know if there's anything that we can add or something that we can do.
Yes. So again, appreciate the bringing this up. Again, this is one of those, I call it, I hate to say the perfect storm again, but I'm pushing my luck saying that this is, I'm just giving you some idea of what happened there. This is around February when we were doing with a couple of issues. If you look at those pictures there to your left, I'm sorry, I want to introduce just by the way, Mr. Trevino, Jose Trevino is the new assistant director. He came, I can't introduce himself, he used to be director of water utility in Zapata County. So he's going to be helping you a little, lending you hands. So I just wanted to give you a face to the name when you see him there. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
And he doesn't know anything about it, so yes, I can't blame him yet. So,
Oh, don't worry, the blame will come.
In that situation, I think during February, what happened is to the left, right corner, lower corner of this, we had the elevated storage tank. We were doing maintenance for that tank, so it was actually out of commission. So we did not have a capacity system. So we're using just pressure, and the pressure in that area, because there's a lot of old pipe system. Anytime a 2-inch, 4-inch pipe you touch, the pressure fluctuates. And we had PRV systems, and it's a very tricky system that we were dealing with. So number one, the elevated storage tank was out of commission. To the top picture, you had old infrastructure. Some of the pictures of the pipes I've seen, I think they're probably from the Second World War II there. They're very old, I think 70 years old, like rusty cast iron lines. And then we had, of course, developments, and then we had someone who had a fire hydrant. Again, I could tell you probably it was one of those perfect kind of storm we had. But let me explain more about, I think, to Councilor Ritchie there about what we did there. What did we do? Within 30 minutes of these issues, we had first responders and servicemen on site. And I'm telling you, maybe you don't see this like one of those ducks in the lake where it's quiet, but the fleet is working so hard. We had crews, we dispatched all the engineering capacity, which we did not have engineering then, but we have every person who knows something about engineering. We asked developers to stop working. We send most of our people who have experience to understand what's going on just to maintain the situation. We brought experts actually from other areas to explain how the pressure issue was. Councilwoman, this area, we have lost a lot of corporate memory about people who knows that system. So when that elevated storage tower was out of commission, not a lot of people understood the hydraulic systems and all of that. So it was also kind of learning as we go what we knew and what did
How
what
long
we-
was that learning curve?
Most of the guys who've been there, honestly, they have not seen this situation before.
So how long?
The eruptions, it was like between a week to 2 weeks, as you know, we fix something, the next day another thing breaks or something. So it was one of those things while you're trying to figure out.
Okay.
While we're talking about all of these things, we had a war zone meetings every single day with a room full of 20, 30 men just trying to understand what's going on there. Now,
What
we
did you
tried-
find?
I'm sorry?
What did you find?
What did we find? Again, it's a mix of everything in between, experience loss, memory loss, about how these things work, about especially the elevated storage tank was a huge learning process for us, how that could impact the hydraulic pressure. The other piece is we realized, especially the small lines, when you give a developer a map, you give him all these lines and you think it's there, but when you dig, 5 feet here and 5 feet, and they're not there, so they had a line. And these small lines, even in that situation, because of the low capacity or there is no tower, it does impact the system. Of course, we did not have any engineers on the utility there, so we were trying to do kind of lemonade out of lemon. And really, even the area where we thought developers had a hand into this, honestly, without even knowing if it was them or not, we've asked them to stop working completely. We stopped any tie-ins, any inspection, any flushing without distribution crews on site 24/7. So we're trying to understand what was going on. And again, while all of this is going on, we're trying to stay in regularity compliance with TECQ, because the last thing you want to do now is have a cross-connection problem and a water boiler advisory in the midst of and all of that. So here is the situation how did we communicate? And I think Councilor Reinhardt, to your point, the conditions where we had the outage map, I think, if I can say with confidence, we were within an hour or two of every line break on those things, where they are, what happened.
Yeah, but the water was out for hours, like 6-7 hours.
Now, the control is a different issue. The outage is there, but remember, some of these lines are super old. We even could not find where the original line, you block a line, you close a valve, it blows up into the other area. Again, most of those issues were in the areas of that road that were really old.
San Gabriel, what's the plan for that road? Because you've got like 3 patches on there
So
now.
that actually is already replaced with the new lines through pipe bursting.
You already replaced it?
Yes.
How
done.
long ago?
Like 2 weeks ago.
So it's a new pipe?
It's a new pipe.
Okay.
And
well,
actually
I
what
think
we
the
did,
public would be interested.
we mobilized the plan. We moved the company who does the work to that road. That blue line that you see, that was one, but the pipe bursting in that area was also done. So I can maybe send you some pictures of the new lines that were inserted there. So we also replaced, tried to fix some of the issues, understand the valves and all of that. Now, full disclosure, we had businesses, warehouses that were impacted. Some of them reach out to you directly, some of them reach out to us and all of that. Some of them we invited to our offices. We show them what's going on. You know what? This was not like something we're laying on, we're relaxed about it. It's just one of those.
Well, let me make a quick comment on that one real quick. You want to say it? Go for it.
Maybe we're at the same, why is it that they're reaching out to us instead of us reaching out to them? Instead of changing out, we're gonna do work in that area or any area, and they're gonna get impacted, especially, like I said, it's always, especially business. Residential, I know it's hard, but, being businesses, we can, we're gonna impact their monies.
Correct.
Coming in, or because they're being shutting down, or because they don't have the services. Why isn't that if we know that we're gonna do pipe bursting, and there's gonna be, delays, why isn't that we didn't do a plan to go out there and go and ask them, say, this is the situation that's gonna happen in the next 3 days, next 4 days, next week, or the following 3 weeks, you're gonna have a difference of water pressure. Not that we're getting calls. Now we're getting calls that, hey, my business is being affected. We don't have water pressure. One day is good, the other day is not.
Correct.
So
In that situation.
my question is, why haven't we reached out, or why haven't gone out or made a procedure to go out there and address the public and say, this is what's gonna happen. Have we done that?
Yes, sir. And the way this was happening in a couple of ways. Number one, this was not a planned replacement. This was a serious emergency situation where a whole elevated storage tower was out of commission. When these things were happening, again, remember those individuals that work in the distribution they don't know what the next issue was. As soon as we start to get a grasp of what's going on, we started reaching out to the different ones. There was unique cases that even the ones who reach out to you were already reaching to us, and we're explaining things, but it was really tough on them, and I understand that, but we were reaching out. What we did for the replacement one, because we knew now we have a control on the process, we actually called the Webb County. We brought a water tank, put it on a standby. We knocked on each single door in each business to say, in the next 7 to 10 hours, we will be disconnecting, and if there is a problem, you can use that water there. And actually, they came with their, things, and so as soon as we were able to understand what was going on, we were able to do that. Most of the things you see, it's planned, it's not perfect, but it's way day and night from where we were before. So I can just tell you, it's one of those offs that happened there. We're still trying to improve the process. Mines Road of the ones that keeps me awake at night. Mateo Road, I know, Mateo Road, like, okay, again, it's another line break, it's another one of those things. It's just these are, some of them are very old, and now we have contacts from the businesses there and saying, the moment it's at broken line, call them, connect with them. We have their phone numbers. They have my direct phone numbers. So we're trying to improve the process as much as we can.
Well, Doctor, we appreciate the transparent approach there. And also, I'm sure the business will appreciate that this wasn't just a bandage, that it's a long-term effect.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
The issue that we have in District 7 mostly is that the warehouses have alarm systems
Yes.
that they cannot, that the alarm system goes off when the water pressure drops.
Correct.
So it is a problem with our fire department and our warehouse owners that there are always calls all the time because of low water pressure. And this has been happening for a long time. And I know we decommissioned that water tank, but I'm not sure that we did everything we could to maintain the water pressure that was needed. And I know that these warehouse issues are still going on because they're the ones that call because they've installed their own meters to check the pressure themselves, and they see the pressure fluctuating up and down.
I can promise you that everything in the book was done to protect the system, and nothing was spared in this case.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there's something going on because.
It's just that now the tower is back in full operation. I don't know if you're hearing anything right now.
I haven't heard anything, but I just want to make sure
Yes.
that I'm hearing it from you, the horse's mouth, that everything's fine, that you replaced the pipe.
Not all the pipes, not
No.
all of them.
San
Some of
Gabriel,
them.
San Gabriel, right?
Yes.
And you're working on it, and we still have like a sewer issue that
Yes.
we can't find where it's coming from. We keep blaming it on TxDOT. There's a smell there when you come off the overpass that we can't seem to get rid of.
I have some good news to share with you.
Okay.
We just hired 2 new engineers with a PE designation. One of them actually a manager of engineering. He came from from school district, Mr. Rangel Enrique, probably a very prominent authority of engineering, and another gentleman from engineering too.
Okay.
From Laredo, knows Laredo. The first thing he did is actually met with TxDOT, and he had 6 hours meeting yesterday, and they walked line by line at the area that you're mentioning there. And I
Did
know
they find anything?
they're working on it. Again, I haven't had the chance to meet him today, but I think we're moving to that level of control when we have the right engineering capacity in place.
Well, thank you for the update. I just wanted to hear it from you, and I wanted my constituents to know that it is a priority, and we have been having a lot of problems in the mines road, but.
Yeah, so,
Mayor Pro Tem,
go ahead, Councilman.
that just to add to the communication, I know PIO does an awesome, job of informing the public, informing us as well of things and events that are going on. I just think maybe using some other resources, maybe TV, KGNS, they report mostly everything that we do. But something like that, if something happens, I know that their website is very used when it comes on Facebook or any other, or even TikTok now. Maybe reaching out to them and letting them know, hey, this is what we're doing. Especially maybe KGNS and Telemundo, right? To explain that there's gonna be changes or closing of streets and properties or water delays because of the breakage of the water, even if it's just right away. I know pretty much of the time they cover that news. The other day they sent some, I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know if I can speak on it. There's on the ring. There's neighborhood text and something that was going to happen in my district, that they're going to close down. That you're going to go there. You have to reroute. and I wasn't even aware of it. So I'm like, and this is the College Heights, and I was like, okay, that's what I'm saying, we're talking about communication, you know, letting people know, letting people know. I would wanna know as well.
So council, anything planned, I promise you again, you will know before even it starts there. Because the way we communicate now through PIO office comes from us, from our own staff, that it send that information to you way ahead of that. We're trying to do 72 hours now. But you're right, it's not enough because sometimes things happen. I think KGNS or other media, I mean, I didn't honestly think of it before, but I think it's a good one. Maybe we
Maybe
can.
having your own PIO
I'm
would help?
sorry? We hired a PIO.
You have a PIO?
We hired one since I came on board. After a
And
month,
we
I
used it? Have we been
Yes,
using it?
I think you know Sylvia Melendez is actually our PIO officer. She is the one who call you guys. The one every information you get is from her, and she's the one who goes to community and talk to the public as well.
Go ahead, Councilmember
Yeah,
Garza.
I just wanted to commend you on that. It does keep the public informed. She's on our, wherever places stuff on Facebook, throws it directly to the media, to our formal PIO here, and I do see that. So, there's, you know, it's only as fast as you can throw it out there. But I just wanted to add something real quick. There is a saying that goes that if you don't learn by history, you're doomed to repeat it. There's a lot of things out here that history has taught us in Laredo, especially about your department. And I see that you're on top of it in order for us not to repeat it. The pipe bursting program is certainly one of those that maybe well, the technology wasn't there before. But I know that in San Mateo, I've gotten some of those areas too. I mean, some of those phone calls too. But I direct them over to Councilman Perez, not me. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding about that, but no, but I'm just aware that communication is king. Whoever can get the information out there the fastest, people cannot complain that they're not getting the information anymore. It is out there everywhere. Your department's doing a very good job of doing that. Thank you.
Again, we know we're in a much better place now, and again, we appreciate management since Mr. Nev came in, and then I don't know where you all recruited Mr. Buzz Fisher, where we all learned a lot from, and he modernized the city and the water lines, and then you worked with him for a bit, and now we have here Mr. Trevino. How long were you in Zapata?
7 years.
7 years. Any similarities that you're hearing?
It's smaller, but
It's smaller, less consumption, but about the lines? Yeah, that's all right. So we'll welcome you on board, and hopefully you can learn fast and you know, work efficiently towards the city again. So,
Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
So, no action needed?
No action.
No action needed for 71. All right. Thank you guys. Moving on to item 72. Sure, is that an motion? Second. Motion and second to move up 74 prior. All in favor? Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item number 74. Councilmember Cigarroa.
Thank you. Discussion of possible action to review and amend the City of Laredo Code of Ordinances related to the regulation of recycling businesses and facilities, including but not limited to licensing and land use, operational standards, environmental and fire safety requirements, and enforcement provisions to address any other matters incident thereto. And so I'm bringing this item forward to take a closer look at how the city regulates these businesses and facilities, and whether our current ordinances are keeping up with operational realities. So I'd like to ask both environmental and our fire department to come forward and walk us through some of the current challenges that we're seeing and the gaps in our ordinances, and recommend any updates.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Guillermo Hurd, Fire Chief. So we took a closer look at the ordinances that manage the recycling centers. I know that's been a challenge at the different areas. Some are more challenging than others. And we set up we've been coordinating, we set up a meeting with Ligo and also Solid Waste. We're talking to LPD also on the current ordinances and how we can regulate. I know on the fire side, our fire ordinances, I know we regulate businesses to have a certain standard. We recently changed from the code 2018 to 2021 and transitioned to 2024. Some of the businesses, some of the older businesses, when they were established, sprinkler systems were not need at that time. So that's one of the challenges. Sprinklers, we appreciate sprinkler systems in most buildings, but some do not have them because they're older ordinances. But all the businesses do require an emergency plan. I know some of the businesses, I won't name one in particular, but we have worked with one that we've seen deficiencies in, and working with those owners to make sure that they do the best to make sure they update their property, to make sure that they protect their investment. And there's certain things they can do that is not very costly. We did also find in speaking with solid waste that they actually, some of the ordinances they handle on the hazardous material side, there's some opportunities for us to change those ordinances too, in speaking with legal on that. I can go into a deeper dive specifically on some of the recycling centers, but I'd like to give a chance to solid waste to talk about the opportunities that he saw. Before that, I do want to mention one of the challenges in the recycling centers are lithium fires. Lithium batteries are found in mostly everything, our phones, our on the batteries that we have, vape pens, different kind of things. Those fires are very challenging right now. That's not a Laredo thing, that's a national thing. Some cities have actually adopted changes, like New York City is one, where you can have certain like e-bikes, e-scooters past a certain floor, because those fires are more challenging for firefighters. We actually updated our policies. We started 2 years ago, and this year we actually got new equipment especially to fight certain fires with electrical vehicles or lithium fires. Those are very challenging. Normally we put water and certain things to turn off the fires. These ones are not. We actually smother them. We have blankets and we have specialized tools for that. We do know that once we go to those type of fires, it is a lot higher to extinguish them. So prevention is the key on this kind of thing. So I'll turn it over, give an opportunity to Mr. Bishop.
Mayor, if I may.
Sí, go ahead.
I just have a question about that. Why did you bring that up? Because you said recycling centers and then you said lithium batteries, but then you didn't
Oh,
tie
I'm
out
sorry,
which-
I didn't connect it well. ma'am.
No.
I'm sorry, I went off, I'm sorry.
I'm
So,
following.
no, okay, so, a lot of different, so certain products are not supposed to be thrown in the trash. So sometimes when we have, the chargers, batteries, sometimes they're being disposed in the wrong place. So we do know that sometimes a lot of fires do start in recycling centers or landfills. That's why disposing of the batteries in the wrong place causes a lot of different fires. That's why I'm bringing up the issue with the lithium fires. A lot of the fires at certain recycling centers in the U.S., about 50% of them are caused by lithium batteries.
Okay, but we're not talking about landfills, we're just talking about recycling businesses. How many businesses are we talking about?
Recycling centers?
Yeah, how many do we have?
In the city, I think we have 3. I know Mr. Bishop has the better numbers, but I think you did say 3, right?
And-
Mark from Mark.
And we have fires from this problem?
Yes, we have had fires, yes.
So there, with legal guidance, I'm not going to hear from Mr. Wagner. There is an ongoing investigation that I would like to discuss in executive session after.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Bishop Wagner. I'm your Director for Environmental Services, Environmental and Solid Waste Services. I'm going to get that name right before I change it. I want to thank Chief for including me in this conversation because it is the #1 cause of fire and hazard in the industry that I work in, and in fact, in the department that I'm currently overseeing, both of my divisions have a footprint in dealing with these materials. So what we discussed and originally and what we came to at the end of our conversation last Friday was that this is probably a solution that will take multiple prongs in order for us to be able to adequately address. Starting with education and outreach on the disposal options. A lot of folks don't realize what happens with those batteries. I think CM Perez, when she mentioned the recycling centers, the reason for recycling centers being particularly problematic is because these materials, let's say someone throws away an electric weed eater, for example, because it has metal in it, but they keep the battery on it and it ends up going to a recycler that's going to grab that material. They take a heavy piece of equipment over the top of it to load it into another bin, and they break open that battery, and these batteries are very reactive to oxygen. If there's any moisture whatsoever, that oxygen in that moisture starts to cause a runaway explosion, for lack of a better term. These fires burn very hot, very fast, and if there's anything else around them that can catch fire, they catch fire to them, and they don't react well, of course, to water. And there are some some engineering designs that could be put into facilities like this. It's in the industry, it's pretty common to have a stockpile of sand on site to where when a fire does break out, that you can smother the fire immediately with sand. On the landfill, for example, when we run into these with our equipment on the landfill, we have soil and stuff there that we can smother that with. It's not as easy in a materials recovery facility or a facility like a large recycler, as we witnessed in 2023 at the facility, the City of Laredo's facility, where that was precisely what happened. A battery was thrown into the recycling. Somehow it got broken open, or it may have come damaged. As soon as it interacted with some sort of fluid inside of the pile, it caught the whole building on fire, and we lost a good portion of the structure for that. It's very common in this industry, and but it's not just in the disposal of these batteries. These batteries can be defective in transport, they can be damaged in transport, and they can cause runaway fires and issues that would happen elsewhere, perhaps in warehousing or trucking.
Or your
So
house, you're making me a little paranoid here.
they can and do. In fact, they've been banned from some airlines at different times and things like that because they are dangerous to move around. There is some good news currently for residents, right? So if you have a battery, what we ask is that you take the battery, whether it's one from your power tool or a vape pen or something of that nature, and bring it to the household hazardous waste facility at the City of Laredo landfill, so that we can dispose of it properly through our contracts that we have there. Where we're concerned now are on these ones that just kind of get missed. They fall through the cracks and they end up in these facilities. So what we're going to discuss, and I want to continue to make sure that every decision that gets made toward this is inclusive of all of the needs of the city when it comes to these, from police's, from PD and from fire's perspective, as well as from our haz waste and our solid waste management perspective, to ensure that whatever we put forward as an ordinance adjustment or an addition to an ordinance is reflective in the fact that these materials are continuing to become more prolific, and we're going to really have to get ahead of how we manage these.
Yeah, just on the PD side, real quick, is just updating the ordinances, especially because we're also regulating, remember, the catalytic converters, the vehicle parts that go into these metal recyclers. We do not have ordinances that regulate that. We do have state laws, but we don't have ordinances. So just updating those ordinances would be for us on the PD side.
Perfect, thank you.
So the motion would be to examine these environmental safeguards to fire safety requirements, especially given potential risks associated with material storage and process.
Second.
I'd like to just request that when we get the recommendations, and we can get them in a report, like comprehensive
Yes,
with,
of course.
these are the ordinances, this is how it's written, scratch out, this is what we recommend, just so it would be easier for us to review it as one tied to this particular project, if you will.
Yes, of course.
Prior to the meeting, not during.
Yes, prior to.
Yes, of course.
And how old the original ordinances?
We'll make it a priority.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second? All in favor? Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item number 72, Councilmember Ciudad.
Is it possible to go into executive session to discuss the investigation, the ongoing investigation for some of the
attorney-client communication, because we have to have a reason, because investigation is not one of the criteria for executive session. So are you asking for?
Well, I think
Does there
there's.
need to be an agenda item tied to?
There generally would be, but is it related to this item? Because
If it's an attorney-client privilege, it's okay then, is that what you're saying? That it's
Consultation
attorney-client
with
privilege? Consultation
Well,
with attorney.
it's the
related to
investigation.
this item?
Yes, it's related to this item.
Because you've already made a motion, if it's related to this item and you need to consult with the attorney, that would do that.
Well, I'd like to,
Thirty
you want me to
passed.
make the motion, just make the motion with 551.07 as the reason.
The council reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during the course of this meeting to discuss any posted agenda items unauthorized by Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with our attorney, city attorney.
So is that doable, Zone?
Motion.
That's doable? Councilmember, can we, go ahead and listen to 72 and 73 and then go to executive session so we can finish the agenda?
Well, she wants to go.
Yes, that would be, it's
Okay, it's your,
Oh, there's a
there.
motion and a second. I said yes.
motion and a second to go to executive session. All in favor? Aye. Any against? Motion to go executive session.
Back to regular session, executive session, no agreements were done. Next item? 72.
So,
72, discussion with possible action to direct city management to evaluate, develop, and implement a plaza activation program to include food vendors, live entertainment, culture program, and other activities in downtown plazas, and any other matters incident thereto.
thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, so that, so as our downtown plazas are, important public assets that that remained underutilized, this item gives an opportunity to explore practical ways or a pilot program to activate these spaces, and that would be the motion to explore and bring back.
Mayor, I'll second for you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that usually when we have events and things, it's usually, directed by the council members, so that's why it's a little different here, because we're gonna put the responsibility on management, and we've gotten after staff in the past for doing things that are not, core functions. So I just don't wanna distract them away from the core functions, because we're going into budget and stuff like that.
Yes, and,
Yes, go ahead.
I was just, bringing up the possibility of bringing food trucks downtown and looking at updating our ordinances when it comes to where they can park, and, different efforts to again, activate downtown in partnership with our downtown stakeholders, and just looking at different ways to bring more activity.
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I'm along the same lines. I have a problem with asking management to do something else. As you all know, all of us 9 here, we ask for management to do things every single meeting that we're here. They're being stretched thin as it is. And to be asking to implement plaza activation program, those are things that the council members do in their districts. And I know, because I have my 6 events that I have every yearly, to bring people in there, to bring culture in there, to bring food vendors in there, live entertainment, plus parks and recreation department brings in concerts in the parks. To every single district, we do a lot for downtown as it is already. Not that I'm against downtown, I wish downtown were live again like it used to be back in the day, 20 years ago, but it's not there. Fact of the matter is, to add something else to management, I don't agree with.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Bridge Director Hinojosa for bringing in an activity in downtown, the walk. And I will apologize because I did not want to go out in the rain, but I understand that many people did, and that was amazing. But also, the discussion has been about activating these downtown spaces, and I know she's mentioned the area right there next to the bridge, and this idea that, if we're going to take seriously this revitalization of downtown, it is a city effort. I mean, downtown is not a district priority per se. Downtown represents the entire city. It represents who we are. Whether we like it or not, downtown epitomizes what the city of Laredo is. So I am in agreement with these efforts to bring life there and activate the plazas. And we do have different things that go on. I know the Webb County Heritage Foundation has the annual birthday celebration, usually in May, so it's coming up, to celebrate how old the city is and the rich bicultural relationship that we have with Mexico, and our pride in being an independent republic at one time. We're the only city that has 7 flags that have flown over us, which is pretty exciting. So I think coordinating these efforts and having more of them is an excellent way to show our pride in our city.
So, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I'm more at leaning to say downtown needs to come back. I do, you know, sometimes there's different mixed emotions because we're trying to invest money somewhere else because there's a lot of projects that we believe that we should, you know, start, Laredo should be growing, but at the same time, we shouldn't forget, you know, where everything started. It started downtown. Like, you know, everything getting, you know, new programs, new efforts to get, you know, that historical plazas, you know, active. And I've been to different cities. I'm not saying I travel a lot, but, you know, when I do, I go to their downtowns, and their downtowns is just amazing. I just don't understand why we don't have food vendors in our downtown, why we make it, like I said, I'm very business friendly, small business, big business. I just don't understand why we make it so expensive or so hard for them to get a permit so they can, you know, set up downtown, you know, have, people out there performing or just having a good time, walking around, looking at, you know, the historical monuments that we do have, because those are the only ones that we do have, you know, taking it in and, you know, seeing all that. But at the same time, I do wish that us as a city could be more lenient in helping the community to go out there. Not if, like, let's say a person wants to sell some, I'm gonna go say like, elotes or whatever, and they're gonna be like, no, they're gonna go, the permit, it's gonna be $20, it's gonna be $50, and that night she only makes $15, or he makes $15. He already spent $50, you know, with his material, produce and everything. So I think we should, you know, start helping those small businesses to go out there and encourage them to use our plazas to go out and, you know, bring life back to downtown. So that's my opinion.
Mayor, can I say
Yes,
something?
go ahead.
Yeah, why don't we do this? I mean, you guys want to. We need to have a 12 months assessment of what we do have going on downtown as it is. I'm familiar with, I know we used to have, you know, open air market the first weekend of every month, which I thought was really nice. And other than that, I'm not sure what else we've got going on downtown. But so why don't we just try and identify first what we have and then figure out how we can utilize the rest of the 12 months or everything else that, you know, we put together down there. I think it is a city function in a lot of ways. I think Convention and Visitors Bureau has something to do with that, in promoting and doing all those type of things. We have a brand new marketing department that we need to put, you know, get them to do some of this stuff. So there's a lot of pros and cons, a lot of pros to this. We just need to figure out how to utilize those two departments and put them, put things in order. So I'm not sure we want to direct your staff to bring us some ideas. If nothing can come about this, then we won't. But I would think to direct the staff to go into it and do it, and I'm not sure if that's what the intention of this is, might be a little bit too premature. Why don't we get those two departments right now to come back with ideas, and then we can vote on that.
Mayor? Yes, go ahead.
If council would like, we can put something together of what's going on private and city functions and events, and then we can come back with some recommendations.
Right.
For you all.
And also work with the Historical Society, because every other building there is historic. And we don't
Yeah, no,
get-
we'll look at everything that's going on downtown and we'll put it together, and then we'll come back for a presentation just to let you know where we're at.
And just again, if we could add to explore pilot programs, partnering with our downtown organization.
We'll put a budget together also, based on the recommendations from council.
Okay.
More than likely. That's where we'll start.
Zero-based budget.
All right. All right. Do we have a motion? Motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. One abstain.
Point of order, Mayor, may I request that we extend the meeting till 11? I doubt we'll stay that long, but at least we'll have it there.
Second.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. All right, next item. 73. Discussion with possible action to establish a residential parking permitting program for downtown residents, including
eligibility criteria, permit issuance, designated residential parking areas, enforcement measures, any other matters there, incident there too.
That's Councilman Cigarroa.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
That would be the motion, because there are quite a few residents that do live in the downtown area who have requested, purchasing or releasing parking permits for the year to allow access for their, parking in their cars along some of the city parking meters. And if we could develop a program that would allow for this.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I like the idea, especially with downtown residents, they need spaces to park, it's very important to them. The only issue I have with this motion is the enforcement side of it. Just because, again, I hate to say it, but our police department is spread very, very thin already, and the enforcement part of it it could be an issue with them. That's the only issue I have with that, right? So maybe the second tax entity that people have to pay downtown would be able to hire off-duty officers to do the enforcement side of it, to come back with something as far as the enforcement side is, as far as residential parking, the permitting, and the criteria and the permit issue, I'm in agreement 100%. Just the enforcement side, I kind of have an issue with because of the lack of officer we have right now.
Chief, would you like to comment on that, please?
So, good evening again, Chief Miguel Rodriguez for the record. We recently did absorb the Traffic Enforcement Division from the city. So we are currently in the first phase of revamping the whole division right now. We're moving forward in automating a lot of the parking downtown. Some of the issues that we are seeing right now and we are assessing, we're gonna come back with a full report with management and to council to make sure that we're addressing every single item that is pertaining to downtown and other areas of the city. So we're working on that already.
Great. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and like Councilman Cigarroa put on here specifically, the residential parking, I think it's extremely important to be sure that they're able to park, in front of their home or close to their home. The only issue that I have is, like I said, just the enforcement side. How many officers did you pick up when it came to?
There's supposed to be total of 11. They're currently that are hired right now, there's only 8.
Okay, 8, and then plus you have the 16 CSOs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What is a CSO?
The community service
Service officers, the code enforcement officers.
Las toquitas, as they call them.
Mayor,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. I think to perhaps allay the fears of Councilmember Gutierrez, I know that there are officers working downtown because I have gotten those tickets. So there are people who are checking in the neighborhoods there in St. Peter's Plaza. I don't think that will be an issue, just because they are working and doing their job.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Might I just suggest, other cities have them and they issue a placard on the vehicle and you buy, and then you have a designated spot for certain areas where residents can choose their parking. I mean, the appropriate place would be in front of their house, because I do agree, some of them have parking meters in front of their house. If they don't have a driveway to do that, then it's, you have to figure out where to find. And then they have to, the second one is private parking areas where you have to pay for that. And so, if the city can implement something like that for those particular people, they have to prove, obviously, that they live downtown. And then number 2, you put a placard in there that says that they belong in that area. I think that might be something to look at.
I think the way we're approaching it, I think it'll come back with a good assessment as to the need, right? And like I said, we talked about this many times as to, okay, which residential areas are we gonna allow this, which not resident. We have a big problem with Kelleri Heights still, right? I know Dr. King gets those calls every day, right? And so, assessing those situations, on a case-by-case basis is very, very important. But at the end of the day, we need to come back with a good assessment and making sure, okay, how are we gonna address this and make sure that we address it the right way.
Correct.
All right, yes, go ahead.
I just want to be careful about going down the path of blocking off parking for specific people in front of their homes and things like that, because that's not something that we do citywide. So I think if we're gonna go down that route, there should just be, this is downtown residential parking, only people who have permits, but you're not guaranteed a spot in front of your house.
Yeah, because, you know, at the end of the day, we also have to follow state law, right? I mean, we've cited people for parking on cul-de-sacs, we've cited people for parking in different areas that they're not supposed to, right? And then, right now, we're actually educating people as we move along, because some people thought that they could just park in a cul-de-sac, and you can't do that if you cannot make a clearance on that. So there's a lot of education that goes into play as well, but I agree with you, we're not allowing that. We have to follow state law, but then we have to make sure that we address and assess those areas where for many years, that's where the zero parking, right? Because of the way that the city was directed at that point.
Sure. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thank
Need a
you, Chief.
second, Mayor, need a second.
Motion and second? Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, second, all in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned.